once in control of Africa, whites imposed the English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and other European names on African people under their colonial domination. The same thing has happened to Africans in the US, with the great difference being that in the US, Africans have also been robbed of language and consciousness of African culture, though it does exist unrecognized among us. Despite this fact, Africans colonized within the US have also fought for our identity, including our names. The amazing worldwide movement led by the New York-based Marcus Garvey under the slogan, Africa for Africans at home and abroad, in the first quarter of the 20th century is the best evidence of the latent fidelity of Black people everywhere to our African identity. Many Africans colonized within the US have always sought and adopted African names. In some cases, African mothers have invented names for their children as an unrecognized form of resistance. This has become increasingly evident over the last several years to the dismay of many proper Africans and colonial authorities. Our task today is to take custody of this natural, instinctive movement by Africans toward achieving a connection with Africa through adoption of African names as a form of decolonization resistance. We should use the tradition of giving our children names with significance, names that identify our children with their African nationality. There are several approaches to naming ceremonies which are often determined by practices within different ethnicities and locations in Africa. Naming practices have a thread of commonality throughout the African continent, however. For example, naming ceremonies concern more than the birth parents. Relatives and community are always involved. In fact, sometimes a number of relatives or significant community persons may actually choose one of the names of a child. Names have meaning. They often represent the aspirations of our community for the newborn child. Today, the unification of Africa and African people is a task that is fundamental to our progress as a people. Therefore, we are not concerned so much of the ethnic origin of a name. We are Africans, and the names we choose must represent that reality more than anything else, regardless of the ethnicity or region usually associated with the name. Also, we must free ourselves from the tendency to name female children in a way that locks their possibilities and aspirations in limited and bourgeois gender-determined roles. Examples of fierce African women warrior leaders, revolutionary scholars, builders, and producers must accompany other identities usually associated with women. This will free women and men from the colonially based assumptions that the role of women is so prescribed that they dare not imagine themselves in liberating ways. We should participate in creating a practice of adopting names that speak to our unquestionable aspiration for total liberation and unity. Our names must exemplify joyful resistance and organization. Naming must be viewed as an act of anti-colonial self-determination. The names we choose must predict a future of a free, joyful, creative, and united Africa and African people. So, Comrade Secretary General Louise Kinshasa, I want to ask you to come forward.
Chairman, Comrade Dexter and Siali, I just want to salute the Chairman for giving me the privilege to play a role in finding new names for our brothers and sisters. And what I've done is to get names. Many of them are from Congo, but whenever I can get names outside of Congo, I do that. And also I try to go as far as I can from Egypt. So the names are basically can represent the whole of Africa. And I also try not to give people names that's from one ethnicity. So I spread it across. So there are four party members who will be given names today. We will begin with, next slide. We will begin with Dion Plummer. Please turn on your video. The first part of your new name is, next slide, Yamone. And this is a name that is coming from Congo Brazzaville. And the language is coming from is a variant of the Congo language. It's known as a Vili. And Yamone means I've seen things myself. It's someone who checks, things for himself. It's like you testifying because you've seen it, because you experienced it. And it belongs to the group of names, about to see. You will see it ends with O-N-E, and that's really is the key part of the name, Oni. It could be Oni, it could be Ona. There's a variety of it, but it comes from that group. Next. Is Kabasele. Kabasele is a very popular name in the Congo. You cannot go in Kinshasa in a classroom and not to have a Kabasele. And they are very popular figures. When I say popular, stars in the Congo who carry that name. Is one called Chef Kabasele. He's seen as the greatest in terms of music in the Congo. So that's one of the names. So warrior, powerful person in Chiluba. And Chiluba is one of the key languages in the Congo, is in the central region of Congo. Next. This is Fukiansi. And the NSI, the N and C, that means the land. So by the words, the name is it belongs to the group of people who play a role in maintaining customs, traditions, Fukiansi. And that's also is the DR Congo. Next. So this is the full name, Yamone Kabasele Fukiansi. Yamone Kabasele Fukiansi. So these basically is the new name, the full name for our comrades. So who used to be known by the name of Dion Plummer. So
let's proceed to the next one.
Yes, next. So these are comrades Carmen Alexander. Next, if you can turn on the video. Okay. Next. The first name is Sai. And Sai, if you go to in the Congo, basically Lingala Congo, it could be also because we have the same names, it's the same culture basically. It means basically kindness. And going back to ancient time in ancient Egypt, Sai or Sai is to be wise, to be satisfied. And you can see the connection is it's clear there that our names are old names. That's also I want people to to remember all these names are new names, 1,000 years, before Jesus Christ. We carry these names. Next, Kumuka. Kum usually is a leader. And in this part of Congo, they drop the vowel at the end. But you will see the same name throughout Congo, Kumu, yeah. And Muka is a woman, and it changes as probably in the Congo, it becomes Mukaji, but it's Muka, it's always there. A woman leader. And this is a Ding, a group in the DR Congo in the southwest. It's known as Bandundu province. Next. Kamba, that's to warn, to caution, to inform. I like this name because it's very close to the another name, Kambi, which is to lead. Very close. You can see probably the same family, I suppose. Yes. Next. So that's the full name, Sai Kumuka Kamba. Sai Kumuka Kamba. Okay. Next. That's for Comrade Kishana Peck. If you can turn your video on. Next. Yeni. You can see it ends with E-N-I. The meaning is a mirror, but for you to know it's a mirror, you need to see. Just like the first name we began with Yamone, the One to see. These also belong to the same group of names, Yeni. And this is a language in Gabon. Gabon is West Africa, just after Congo Brazzaville. Wanzi, that's the language it's coming from. Mirror. Next. To me, this is in Ghana, in Akan. It means power. And if you're familiar with ancient Egypt, you will see a tomb there, so it's a powerful name. Next. This is from ancient Egypt. Seba, a learned person. And you can see a lot of things there. In Lingala, to sharpen a knife, you say sebisa. Sebi is the same, basically, to make it sharp. So learned person, sharp mind. So it's really, really powerful. Next. Yeni Tumi Seba. Yeni Tumi Seba. That's the full name. Next. Now, these are our comrades, Nicola McIntyre, and I've been saying these. You can see the picture with a chairman. And I had the opportunity to meet the sister, the comrade, and I was just impressed by a warmth, enthusiasm, and I was shocked like everyone else when we learned that she passed away. Next. Now, the first name is Palama. And this is from Congo in Chiluba, to be separated, to be kept at a distance. Like the people, like the authority, like the king. People who are in position of power. They used to have like their residency or their house, removed from the rest, of the people. So at distance. Next. Miezi, that's in a variant of Kikongo, Kisalongo. It basically means the Miezi, the stars. Next. Mapashi, this is a name given at birth to people who have experienced suffering conditions or circumstances personally or in the surroundings. When you're born, it could be something happened to your parents, something like that. And this also is an old word in Africa, Mapashi. The key word here is Pashi, just like in the Passion of Jesus Christ. It's the same word. It's African name, the African word, by the way. Pashi is one of the oldest words you can see in Africa. And there is also linked with the twin. Twin, we call them Mapasa. So Pasa, Pashi, Pasa is the same name basically. And to have the twin is very significant event. And there are a lot of things you can say about this name. It's an old name. It has to do with all traditions from ancient Egypt to most of the places throughout Africa today. Now, we chose these names because we want to reflect somebody who is not with us. That's why we start with the name of Palama, who is taken away from us. She's gone to another place, and we say stars just to as in terms of symbolism, and Mapashi because she's no longer with this surrounding of colonial conditions we do experience. So that's basically the meaning we're trying to put together. Next. So Palama Miezi Mampashi. Palama Miezi Mampashi. That's the full name. Next. Yes, Uhuru.
Uhuru. I want to thank Secretary General Louise Kinshasa for participating in this process as well. Secretary General Louise is born in the Congo. He's Congolese. He was born in Congo. He has been in exile, lived in exile in France, and now he lives in England. And as you've been able, I'm sure, to see from the presentation he's made now, he's well versed in African custom and language, and in many ways has been a student of African language. So it's a very meaningful thing. I saw someone raise the issue, I think it's from someone who lives in occupied Tanzania, whether there are any names that we've chosen that comes from occupied Tanzania. And I think that we do try to be as diverse as possible. And most people don't know that my middle name is Relaki, which comes from occupied Tanzania. And which means his nation. And you can probably recognize Zwe from Izwe Laki, his country, his land, his nation, etc. And also I see from Tafari that Zandile is also from occupied Tanzania, and I think it's important. In fact, I was given the names Relaki while in occupied Tanzania. In fact, I participated in a kind of naming ceremony that offered a little distress. It was in the sense that there was a feast that a goat or sheep had been killed for the community, and I had to do snuff and drink homemade South African beer, etc. So the naming thing is really important for us. I want to ask now, give the named persons an opportunity to step forward and to make a determination of whether or not each of you accept the names. And I'd like to give you also 2 minutes to respond to that. So first, to the comrade formerly known as Dion Plummer, and who we now know as Yamone, And we want to see whether or not this is a name that you find acceptable, and if so or not. I'd like to give you 2 minutes to speak to this, and I hope your video has been turned on. So, Comrade Dion, please speak to that.
Uhuru, Uhuru. I salute you, Chairman. I salute you, Conrad Luezi. I salute the NCC and all my comrades that are up this morning. And without a doubt, I unite with this name. And the 2 minutes I want to say is that I still, I honor my mom, who was a young girl, 16 years old in Natchez, Mississippi, who said that she wanted my name to be different. So she named me Dion instead of Willie Lee after my father. And a name to me has always been important because a name determines a destiny, determines a path, and it gives a definite identification of how you to serve not only the people, but to serve, I'm a big tradition of my people. It's funny, Comrade Chairman stated that, some of us went through that Ancestry.com and got our nationality. But as Chairman stated, we're African. However, when I received my information from Ancestry.com, it was Cameroonian and Congolese at the Bantu. And I will honor this name, Conrad Luezi, and I appreciate it. And I, again, salute you for taking the time and effort to find a name that fits me. And this is the name that I will go down in history as a revolutionary. So whenever my name is mentioned, once I'm gone, this name will be on the lips of my people and the future generations. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Thank you so much. And so let us then, move forward and following Comrade Yamoni, then we want to look at the next name. Carmen. Yes, Carmen. And so, my dear sister Carmen, do you accept this name, Sai Nkum, and what is the last name again?
Kumuka Kamba. Sai Kumuka Kamba.
Kumuka, yeah. So, do you find this name acceptable, meaningful? Does it resonate for you?
Uhuru, absolutely accept this name. It's beautiful. I don't know if you all know this, but I have 4 names in my government name, so I have 4 names again. I was hoping for a little something shorter, but no, that's kidding. They're beautiful, and I want to salute you, Chairman O'Malley, and I appreciate the hard work you put into getting our name, Deputy Secretary Louise. And I just wanted to salute everyone on the call right now, and I really appreciate my partner Robin, who introduced me to the party. The party has been very transformative for my life so far. And I hope that I can live up to this name, and I will do everything I can to do that. So I appreciate this, and I'm very, very honored, truly. Thank you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Secretary Jones, the next person.
That's Sister Yeni Tumiseba. It used to be known as Kisana.
Okay.
Uhuru, I unite with this name, and I am just so honored and just to be a part of this process and a part of this party. The name, I got the meaning mirror, power, and a learned person, and I could not be more excited, and it does not fit more. I would like to think that I mirror the hopes and dreams of our people, and just fighting for that position to power as a learned person. And I'm continuing to learn. That is what me joining this party has been about. Me relearning, unlearning the colonialist way and relearning the truth. And so I unite with this process. I unite with the party, with this name, and I am honored. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So then we need to move with Sister Kishana. unite with your new name. We call this, by the way, a rebirth. And Yeni Tumi Seba. Sister Kishana. I'm sorry, are you there? And if you are speaking, you're muted.
Ahuru, I'm still here. My video was stopped, but I unite, and I appreciate that.
Splendid, splendid. And I thought, Comrade Secretary General, can you take us forward?
Yeah. The next one is Palama Miezi Mampasi, who used to be known as Sister Nicola McIntyre.
Was once known as Sister Nicola McIntyre. And so we want to ask the sister and daughter of Sister Palama Miezi Mampasi, whether or not you find this name something that is fitting for your sister and your mother. And please speak to that.
Uhuru, I'm Musafi. I am the sister of past known as Nicola. I think the name is perfect, but I won't take the 2 minutes. I will allow her daughter to speak on her behalf.
Uhuru.
Naya, Dominique?
Yes, I just wanted to take a minute to express my gratitude of the name and the ceremony. And I completely appreciate the name and I completely accept the name on her behalf.
Uhuru. So,
Uhuru, as do I. If you didn't know, my mom had twins. So we both are her daughters. I also fully accept the name. I know my mom wouldn't have wanted any other honor of being renamed.
Awesome.
And accepting her African identity. So I fully accept it.
Comrade Secretary General, can you quickly?
I did not know she had twins because the name we basically in the Congo, the twins we call them Mapasa.
Yeah.
And the name for your mother Mapasi and Mapasa have the same roots.
Yeah.
The same. Yeah. So I didn't know. I had no idea. So I'm pleased and shocked. So yeah, Mapasa, I just want to welcome you, to this ceremony, and I'm just so really pleased. So pleased, to know you're a twin. That's really,
So the name is fitting for that reason.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah. So the mother is Mapasi and the daughters are Mapasa.
Yeah. Splendid. So that's something that you can even refer to yourselves, daughters, as Mapasi. Is it Mapasi or Mapasa?
Mapasa for the twin.
Yeah.
And Mapasi, that's for the mother.
Right.
Yeah.
Splendid. So I want to really express appreciation to everyone for this. There's this whole question again of tradition, and Africans are always in the process of creating tradition. Sometimes we get trapped, assuming that because we did something 1,000 years ago, that in and of itself gives it legitimacy, and therefore we should continue to do that. But custom, tradition, culture, even is something that's always in the process of evolving to satisfy the requirements of human society at any given moment. So even though we find today evidence of culture and tradition that comes from 1,000 years ago. In fact, we heard that expressed in some of the names that we're looking at. The fact is that they are not names based on their significance simply from 1,000 years ago. It's based on the significance of today and what we are engaged in today. And that's the thing that gives it a greater legitimacy. So I'm pleased to say that we didn't name anybody in this process Judy or a Michael or Joe or Jerome or anything like that. This is Africa that's resurfacing again in a much more dynamic and a stronger way because it's all inclusive of the entire African nation, wherever we happen to be located in the world.
Uhuru, 1 minute.
And I think it's important to say that. And because our objective is not to represent our oppressors in our lives. And the names really help us. And there are people who carry the names of the oppressor who we shall always remember, who have become significant and who have given it a different meaning. So when people say Patrice, we associate that with Lumumba, not with the Belgians or the French or any others like that. And so that is an additional contribution that we made. When people talk about Amilcar Cabral, these are names that would have come from Portugal. But when you hear the name Amilcar, you don't think Portuguese because another meaning has been given to it by African people. So we don't simply adopt, when we are conscious, the identity of our oppressors, the ones who presume to own us as human beings and to name us for them. I really want to express my appreciation to all of you who have engaged in the rebirthing process, and also to Comrade Secretary General Luizi. Are we showing in this process the rebirth certificates? Does someone have that? Is that something that's being, there we are. And so here are the certificates of rebirth. Yamone Kabasele Fukiansi. Can we move it? Sayin Kum Muka Kamba. There's certificate of rebirth. Move it, please. February 8th. Yene Tumi Seba. February 8, 2021, on behalf of the African nation and the African People's Socialist Party, we present this certificate of rebirth. Can we move it, please? Palama Miesi Mampasi, the mother of the twins, February 8, 2021. I think that's the last. Is that right, comrades? Uhuru. So thank you very much. And this gives even a greater and added significance to this second plenary of our 7th Congress. Uhuru. Yeah, I really want to appreciate the Chairman and Secretary General Luizi for this whole ceremony. I want to congratulate comrades Seyi, Yamone, Yini, and Palama. Long live. And yeah, I just really want to appreciate the significance of this whole ceremony because, I know Comrade, Yamone spoke to a little earlier, these names aren't just, random arbitrary names, these names all have like expectations attached to them that we have to live up to. So it's like when we're like presented these names and we go in front of the village and we accept these names, we're not just accepting the names, but we accepting like the terms of the names, so that's a real kind of, powerful thing because we end up like consistently striving to live up to these names and be worthy of these names. So, yeah, I really appreciate this, the African naming ceremony. And that might sound kind of funny coming from an African named Dexter, but, it won't be for long. So, yeah, I really want to appreciate the ceremony. And, moving on, I want to bring on Director of Organization for the African People's Socialist Party, Director Chimarenga Silambao, to give his report to the plenary. Uhuru Chimarenga.
Uhuru. Can you hear me, Dexter?
Uhuru, I hear you.
Okay. So I don't see the slides on the screen. However, I want to appreciate the chairman, Comrade Luizi, DC owner, Zanea Shatella, and salute the entire NCC and all the participants in this second plenary of the 7th Party Congress. My name is Chimarenga Silambao. I'm the National Director of Organization for the African People's Socialist Party. And I want to just salute everyone in this plenary. The naming ceremony was very powerful. I saw Yesterday saying she was in tears. It was very tough to kind of gather myself after hearing the naming ceremony. But we're going to go ahead and do it. I think it was very powerful. This is the kind of party that we are. So I want to salute the entire African People's Socialist Party. Again, I'm with the Office of the National Director of Organization. I am the National Director of Organization. I'm Chimarenga Silambao, and you can see the party logo to the left of that. Next slide. So the National Director of Organization, what my job is to ensure that the regions are adhering to the Constitution, as well as all the policies and programs of the African People's Socialist Party. And that's a little more complicated than it may seem. The regions meet every week and discuss everything that's going on inside the organizations. We discuss recruits and who is coming into the party, who is being put out of the party. People might be resigning. So we also put on, train people on different policies of the National Director of Organization, update people on policies. So those meetings go a long way to try to keep us on a path. The mandates that were laid out at the 2020 plenary to guide the regions. We are still struggling to carry those mandates out, but I think the recent national conferences, regional conferences that we carried out are going a long way to helping us understand what a real regional work is supposed to be. Next slide. So I want to introduce Malika in Gateway. I have a problem with that last name. Malika is the assistant to the National Director of Organization. Malika kind of keeps me on task. I'm on an assignment in St. Louis right now, and Malika is really taking charge of the Office of the National Director of Organization and carrying out a lot of the mandates that I put forth in the directives. And she's really creative, and she is indispensable to the Office of the National Director of Organization. And then I want to introduce the administrative assistant. She is Jainaba Lumumba. Jainaba Lumumba is new to the party. She's still in probation. I recruited her, by the way. She's the chairman's granddaughter and my great niece. And we call her the wizard. She's very techie, so she always is trying to confuse me with all this technical stuff. But she's very bright, very great asset to the National Director of Organization Office, Jainaba Lumumba. And then there is Sobek, who is now Fuki Ansi. And I'm calling him Fukiansi because that's the part that means tradition and that kind of thing, as Uwezi, Secretary General Uwezi said. And Fukiansi, I call him the by the book man. That's exactly what he does. He kind of sticks to the book, and sometimes I have to kind of guide him back to the path. It's like, well, the book also means being flexible and being able to do things that when it's not exactly black and white, you have to kind of adjust yourself. But all of these comrades are great assets to the National Director of Organization Office, and we are definitely going to be expanding our office as we talk about building the office to capacity. Next slide. So these are offices that are not filled inside the National Director of Organization Office, the Treasurer, another recruitment specialist, and security coordinator. All those offices will need to be filled and more to build us to capacity so we can be at full strength, make sure that we're covering, we're looking at a coordinator for sponsorship, and we're going to be looking really hard at that position as well. But these three positions and other positions would help us bring in to capacity. Next slide. So here are some of the responsibilities of the National Director of Organization. Ensures all party organizations are functioning according to the Constitution and policy set forth by the International Congress, International Central Committee, and National Congress and NCC. So that means a lot because we get a lot of questions about policy, and Bakri calls me a lot and asks questions about different policies on recruitment and that kind of thing. By the way, later on in this slide, you'll see some other offices that have been integrated into the National Director of Organization Office. So we submit a monthly organizing report to the National Secretary General and the National Chairperson. We do not have a Secretary General, and we do submit regular reports. Actually, it's weekly reports now that we submit to the National Chairperson. That's Chairman Omale Teller. And then we work closely with the regional, this should say regional representatives. We have regional representatives. We don't have a National Secretary General, as I said. And our task is to build LPOs, local party organizations. That's what that LPO stands for, if you're wondering, and units where none exist. So our whole task is, a big part of our task is expanding the organization, expanding those units. Units are the basic organizing cell of the party. So we want to definitely concentrate on building those units. Whenever we build a new unit, that's a great advancement for the party. And we don't mean just units in the United States. That is a international mandate for us to be building units all over the world. Next slide. So this is a continuation of the responsibilities of the National Director of Organization. Convenes national conferences is mandated by the NCC. Of course, we're in this age of COVID-19. However, it's not going to last forever. And we are going to have some in-person conferences. So you can be looking for a lot of those on different topics. It's not going to always be about the same thing. I'm also the chief field organizer in the U.S. to maintain and build the party. I am actually out of my home base is St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm actually in St. Louis right now. And that's part of my field work. I can be sent anywhere. The chairman mandates for me to be sent, or the NCC mandates for me to be sent. I will probably be the person who is sent to do that field organizing work. So building the office to capacity is related to the slides I mentioned earlier, the treasurer, more recruitment specialists, and somebody who is going to coordinate security, and of course, the sponsorship piece we are considering as well. So that's what building to capacity means, filling those positions so we can work at a pace and create the quality and quantity of work necessary to build a party all over the United States. Next slide. Next slide. Well, we're kind of stuck, I think. Next slide. We're having a little problem moving the slide, but Yeah, Dexter, I think we got a little stuck on the slide. So I'm waiting for it to come back up on the screen. I think it's being re-downloaded. So if you can just give us a minute to get back in position. Yeah, I think it's being re-downloaded. So give us a minute to get in place here.
Just some slight technical difficulties. We'll be back in a second.
Yeah, slight technical difficulty. So if you can give us a minute to get in place. I think we're on slide 6. We were at the responsibilities of the NDO, 4 through 6 on the responsibilities.
Uhuru, Comrade Chimurenga Salambayo.
Yes.
It seems to me that much of the work you do also involves comrades who are being recruited into other areas of the world. Is that right?
It is correct, Chairman. We do receive we have an online what we call 123 contact forms that come to our website.
Yeah, I only mention that because it's just much what I hear a lot in your presentation just seems to be centered on the United States. And
I do receive all of them that come from all over the world, Africa, mainly Africa, but also Europe as well.
Yeah, I think that needs to be acknowledged in the presentation because in some instances I see you say the U.S., U.S., U.S. That's all. Are we on point, Comrade Dexter?
Well, yes, our screen is back up. We're back.
Okay, Chimurenga. And by the way, Chimurenga, just on this question, the naming ceremony that you appreciate so much, it's interesting to note that you're, well, it's not I guess a bride in the same way anymore, but, well, I guess she's your bride. Well, how long has it been you've been married now?
3 years.
3 years, and she's, of course, in Ghana.
Right.
And she had, to change her name based on her marriage. And her name was Quaison, which is a traditional African name. And then now she's stuck.
I didn't think of it that way, but she is.
They give this woman a colonial name, but that's enough.
We'll have to work on that, Chairman. We'll have to work on that. But you are right. Okay, next slide. So, I think that we're to the slide for Malika, and if I'm not mistaken, and I want to just say the National Office of Recruitment and Membership, these are offices that are added to our office, and Malika Alexander Bucci, and I'm trying to get that last name right. I'm going to get it right. Ngweji. Okay, tongue twister there, Malika. But I'm going to. I really want to express appreciation to Malika for all the work she does in the Office of the National Director of Organization. She's going to be doing the next few slides, and she's going to be talking about some of the integration that went on in terms of bringing other offices into the National Director of Organization Office. Malika.
Oh, thank you. As we affectionately call him, Comrade Director Chimurenga, and we so appreciate him. And actually, it is our Comrade Yamon's turn, but as coming on, and we've been talking about naming ceremonies and everything, I wanted to just say that, as we salute Comrade Chimaranga, that his last name means keeper of tradition, and being a part of the India office, then we're responsible for keeping, even though the methodology might have to change, we're responsible for keeping the integrity of the party line. And so we just appreciate Comrade Director. So Comrade, yeah.
I just want to be self-critical. Sobek, who used to be Sobek, the former Sobek, Fukianzi is going to be going up next. He's going to be doing the next slides, 9 through 13. So again, he's a real keeper of tradition. He's the by the book man. So I want to introduce Fukianzi, who is a recruitment specialist in the National Director of the Organization Office.
Uhuru, Comrade Director, I appreciate that introduction. And as you say, by the book, and I do appreciate those times when I walk through the door that you let me in, and you, as the leader that you are, you incite me on flexibility and sometimes keep me in touch with my humanity as a member of the African People's Socialist Party, because we are a party of, for, and by the people. So I thank you for the introduction. I'm still a little bit overwhelmed, touched by the naming ceremony, so forgive me, comrades, if I'm a little slow this morning. However, Comrade Dexter, I do need slide 9 to explain. Right on. As comrades, as you see, NDO is tasked with making recruitment more concise. And as we have done thus far, we have revised the APSP study guide. We have separated the study guide from the IAQ, or as known as the initial assessment questionnaire. And we also have implemented new protocols. Next slide. The most important thing about the responsibility that I have to the party and to the African nation is vetting those recruits that come into the party. It's necessary because it protects not only the comrades nationally, but internationally. It also protects the African nation. And vetting is now done in every recruitment step. And that's where my name comes in, tradition, to be by the book, because we, as Chairman would say, we did not make it possible for people to come in, but we do have to be secure and discerning of recruits we let in, ensuring that we have as much information as possible, allowing us to weed out unqualified party candidates. Next slide, please. And as you see, there are 3 steps of vetting. The first step is the initial assessment questionnaire, or the IAQ. Second step is APSP study guide. And the final step is the APSP membership application. And these steps are not easy to get to. We just don't slide people through. We don't put subjective feelings. We keep it objective. We keep it precise, and we ask questions sometimes to dig further. Next slide, please. So now we're going to the steps, the steps intricately in the infrastructure. As we see, number 1, the initial assessment questionnaire, the IAQ, has been revised by a special committee and has basic information on the candidate, including the most important question: why do they want to join the party? Next slide, please. We look at step 2, more in depth, APSP study guide. The African People's Socialist Party, this study guide consists of a few excerpts of our documents, and also includes the 14-point platform, and most importantly, the rules of discipline. It's important that, we ask people to study these on apsporuhu.org so they can know what they're getting themselves into. Next slide, please. And the final step of the application, the vetting process, the APSP application. In an effort to weed out unstable forces, this is an in-depth application. Forces who indicate mental illness, I immediately referred to Comrade Kobina Bantushango, and he's been real helpful into helping people even understand their mental illness, and to also help the region, help other regional representatives to decide, and regional committees to decide to make better decisions on judgments and evaluations. Next step, please. Next slide. Now, now that I'm done, I'd like to introduce a comrade, many sister comrades that I met in the party. You know, I have respect for, but I have respect for all my sisters. But this sister that I work with, this comrade that I work with in the NDO, who has humbled me in a lot of ways to really be an example of sisters, you know, African sisters in front of the revolution. I'd like to introduce my comrade, Malika. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, thank you, comrade. Recruitment is primary in every region. Recruitment is primary in every region. And as it was mentioned earlier, we need to point out that we define our regions not just with what you can see in the US. We do have our regional divisions, which are the North, the West, the Midwest, and the South in the USA, but we're recruiting in Africa. We're in London, and we're recruiting all over the world, and so the Caribbean. And so we need to know that when we say recruitment, it's necessary at every level in every region. That means whether we're here or abroad, that the NDO is pushing this as a primary objective for us, and that regional directors are required to undergo an intensive recruitment training, and it is growing as we go, because the foundation that is being laid is so critical when people are first coming into the party, and being able to know what it means to be a revolutionary party, what it means that we're not just a party, but that we have revolutionary objectives and things that we're trying to put forth. And so we want to make sure that everybody has the understanding of why we recruit and how we recruit. And so we're all saying and doing the same thing. Next slide. Region-wide recruitment training. All regional committees were trained on recruiting into regions, LPOs, and the units protocol. That means that everybody that was on the region if they're on the regional committee, then they went through that training just so they would know, everybody's on the committee would know, but also all regional directors of membership and recruitment. And even to step up their game with that, then we're working on some practices right now to where we can even begin to sharpen this even more, so that we're even more efficient in this thing of doing recruitment and follow-up, and how we move people forward and how we move people around. Because we've heard the chairman say we're in dangerous times, we're moving forward into dangerous situations, and we want to make sure that all of our forces are ready and that we're recruiting quality and disciplined soldiers. Next slide. Ideological training. Ideological training, that's a big one right there. The NDO initiated an 8-week study on dialectical materialism. And if I tell you, that was intense. And this is one of the things that we are really looking at pushing, as the chairman has laid out, to really make sure that this is a part of our sponsorship process, that these documents that were created so I'm saying long ago, but it's okay, that were created back then. You want to know how chairman stood for 50 years? Ideological training. And so we have all of that documented. And so study courses. The NDO expanded this study to other members, and the NDO will be exploring making this formal training available to other party members, and to be able to start having these studies, online and everything, where we can all come together and we can listen to some of the generals in our party that can tell us about doing these things and why dialectical materialism is important, why this ideological training is so important to us going forward in what we're called to do. Next slide. And so now I would like to introduce to you my comrade, and she is so creative and just so great at everything that she does, and just being able to work with her and being able to create with her and being able to just do what we do to try to make these things make the things happen that need to happen within the office of the NDO. Comrade Janaba.
Uhuru! I appreciate that introduction, Comrade Malika. I appreciate it. Can you all see me on the screen?
Yes, we see you. You're coming.
Uhuru. Yeah, so, as we talk about recruitment nationally as well as internationally, the question of security is raised. And to address this, what we have set in place includes a training matrix. And this is so that we can train our sentinels. We also have security plans written for all movement events. We have a security unit with expanded training to include cybersecurity as well. And this, not only cybersecurity for our physical marches and our physical conferences, but also our virtual ones. Uhuru, next slide. We also host our All Regions webinars. Our All Regions webinars bring all of the regions together. One of our latest ones, if you were there, you spent the new year with the resolution for revolution. And we also had the Marcus Garvey Lives webinar. Next slide. And these webinars are not only a recruitment tool, but help to organize our local regions. And so we have our individual regional webinars that we host as well. So I'm going to bring it back to my leadership, my comrade director, Chimarenga. I usually don't want to open too many doors when it comes to comrade director, but in this case, this is a scenario that I want him to continue on describing for our office. So, Uhuru, comrade director Chimarenga.
Uhuru. Thank you, James. So I just want to say a little bit about, before we go to the next slide, I want to say a little bit about the webinars. The webinars were done in each region. Each region was doing webinars on a monthly basis. These were recruitment webinars. And then the NDO actually did some special webinars. Jane mentioned the one that we did on Marcus Garvey's birthday. I think we had over 100 attendees in that particular webinar. And the one that we did, Cheers to a Dying Imperialism, very, very creative. That was mainly pushed by Jamba and Malika. I really want to appreciate their creativity on that. But people should not assume that we're not going to be having in-person meetings at some point. And we'll definitely be talking at some point about some other meeting security and that kind of thing that we'll be having at a later date. Next slide. So I just want to reiterate before I go into my assignment in St. Louis, I just want to go into a little bit about the international work that the chairman mentioned. We do receive contact forms from people all over the world, and a lot of them come from Africa, different places in Africa. A lot of them come from South Africa, mainly, but we get people in England, all over the world. So we have to direct those 1, 2, 3 contact forms to the places where they're supposed to go. We have international regions as well, the Caribbean region, the European region, and the African region is mainly where the contact forms come from, but we have to direct those to the people who supposed to get it. In Africa, Chairman Tafari Mungeri will get those, and in Europe, Secretary General Louise Kinshasa will get those. But in the Caribbean, Alex Morley is in the Caribbean region. But we do handle all of those international inquiries. They come to us as well, and then we forward them to the different regions where they belong. So I want to talk a little bit about my assignment in St. Louis, because in a lot of ways, it's an international assignment as well, although it's inside the U.S. Party members and supporters all over the world have been involved in supporting the campaign, discussing the campaign, posting on our websites, and our 2 candidates are just excellent. The chairman talked a lot about them on yesterday. You'll see Tachara Masimba on the left in this picture, to my left, and then Kalambai Antoinette to my right. They're standing right behind that. Indio joins electoral campaigns. So October the 8th, I began the assignment in St. Louis. And by the way, in that background picture, what you're looking at is, that's right in front of our office, campaign office for Kalambai. You can kind of see a purple banner in the background. Well, that's the door that to our office. And I want to give a shout out to Brother Kay Chris, who I speak to on a regular basis. Kay is the manager of this whole building. He down the sidewalk is the auto body shop that he manages, but Percy Young owns this whole building, and I think somebody mentioned him yesterday, how he came from Arkansas, and he was picking cotton in Arkansas. He moved to St. Louis and saved his money and bought this building. He's been in business, in the auto repair business, since 1977. So I want to really give a great shout out to Percy Young. He's 76 years old, by the way. He doesn't do the mechanic work anymore, but Kay Chris is his manager, and Kay has been there for about 10 years, and Kay manages the whole building. Very supportive, both of them. So we're going to be certainly talking a little bit about some of the fights that we're in the city of St. Louis next. So after I joined the campaign, I became the campaign manager for Kalambai. And shortly after I got here, we had to pull some things together. We pulled together the campaign committee. It started out 14, 15 people, but as usual, have some drop off, but we still have a great campaign team. We also brought Timber into the campaign team as well. And we set up a campaign office. I just mentioned earlier Percy Young, who owns the building that you saw in the previous slide. Percy Young was the one that allowed us to have a campaign office in his building. And then we made over 3,000 calls for Kalimbai's campaign, hundreds of calls for Tachara as well. And both campaigns we filed with the Missouri Ethics Commission. You have to do state paperwork as well. to get qualified to run as a candidate in the state of Missouri. Even though you're running for a local office, you do have to file paperwork with the state of Missouri, and that office is called the Missouri Ethics Commission. So we did all of that, got in place, and then on October the 20th, Kalambayi announced, Tachara announced the next week. And by the way, Kalambayi was very nervous, and I was saying to myself, I'm curious to see how this is going to work. But I just want to say, when Kalambayi started talking, she had transformed. She wasn't nervous. She just delivered an excellent message about how we were fighting against a political dynasty that had been in power since 1977, the same family. And the father had been in the ward as the Ward 3 alderman for 40 years, from 1977 to 2017. And then his youngest son, ran and won. And so 44 years of the same kind of crap coming from the petty bourgeoisie. And I'm going to talk shortly about some of the dirty tricks that they pulled. We are no longer in our campaign office, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide. So we've gotten lots of volunteers, and this was early in the campaign when we had over 30. This was one weekend that we got 35 volunteers, passed out more than 4,000 flyers over the time that we started the campaign, put up 400 posters and multiple endorsements, including St. Louis Green Party, Cahill, and that's actually, it should be Cahill with a C, Cahill, Cahill Partners Law Firm, and Universal African Peoples Organization, and the Young Democrats of St. Louis. We thought that was a really important endorsement. This is the regular Democratic Party. It's just the youth caucus of the Democratic Party, the Young Democrats. We interviewed for that endorsement, and they gave us overwhelming support for that. So we're very happy that we're really on the road to building a real social movement and getting leadership over that social movement inside the city of St. Louis. I cannot overstate the importance of what these campaigns are going to mean after we win. It's going to mean something. I tell the campaign organization, if one of our candidates wins, it's going to be national news. If both of them win, it's going to be international news. Everybody in the whole world, particularly forces who call themselves revolutionaries, are going to be intrigued and empowered to see what's possible by the victory of Kalambayi and Tachara. So I don't want the people in the African People's Socialist Party to just think that just because they are not in St. Louis, that they shouldn't be involved in this campaign. We call on everybody to donate. Go to votekalambayi.org, go to votemasimba.org, donate, sign up to volunteer. We're going to be bringing people in from all over the country to come in and fight for these victories. March the 2nd is the primary for both candidates, and it is now what they call a nonpartisan primary, where the candidates don't identify their party. So Kalambayi has one opponent, the incumbent in Ward 3, so she'll be automatically going to the general election. So she has to face the same opponent twice. It's a sort of odd situation they have in here. This is a result of what they call Proposition D in November of 2020, turned all the elections, the local elections, into nonpartisan, and also it stated that the top two candidates will go to the general election. And according to the Board of Election Commissioners, that means if it's only two, they still go to a general election. So little odd situation, but I'm very happy with where we are. We're fighting very hard, and I think it's going to be a tremendous victory for us. I mentioned earlier some of the dirty tricks that we've encountered. So far, Columbine has come under tremendous attack. The sitting alderman in Ward 3 organized the police in the building inspection department to come and close down Young's Auto Repair in the same building where we were. And they closed down the whole building and said it was condemned because they didn't have a liquor license. No liquor was being sold in the campaign office, and no liquor was being sold in the auto repair shop. So they used a condemnation order from last year when there was a bar inside the office where we are to say that we had to get out. They didn't come in and say, "Are you selling liquor?" They didn't ask any questions. They just say, "You got to get out of here. You can't go back in." So I understand Chris, the Young's Auto Repairs, lost more than $10,000 so far. So they're in a real battle. They've been fighting the family of the incumbent for 20 years, and now they're being threatened that if they don't get us out, if they get us out, they can be straight and go back in their building. But they decided they want to continue to fight and go to war with the incumbent's family. So this is about building a social movement. It's about fighting the status quo. It's not about him in particular. It's about fighting the system. So far, we upset the system so much. We didn't go by their rules. We didn't go and kiss the ring of the Democratic committee man and committee woman. We didn't do any of that. We just announced, start fighting our campaign. And I'm certain as a result of that, we kind of pushed at least one candidate who had run previously in 2017. He decided not to run. And the only reason I can assume he didn't run is because we were so far out ahead and on the ground so much that they just decided they couldn't do it. So, by the way, the same guy, Anthony Bell, attempted to talk Columbine out of running. He had a meeting with us the day that we announced, and he said he wanted to offer us a deal. And the deal was, if Columbine dropped out of the race for Ward 3, he would support her and endorse her for running in 2022 for the state representative seat held by the incumbent's sister. So I told him that if he wanted to discuss the 2022 race for the state house, I'd be more than happy to do that. I just won't have a discussion with him about Columbine doing it, because she's not doing it. She's running for the Ward 3 aldermanic seat. He was quite stunned by that because he was used to the rules like, hey, if you offer somebody a higher seat in the state house, they're supposed to take it. But we are members of the African People's Socialist Party. We didn't just wake up one morning and say, you know what, I think I'm wonderful. I call them wonderful candidates. They wake up one morning and they say, you know what, I'm wonderful. I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm going to run for the mayor. I'm going to run for the aldermanic seat, and everybody else is going to think I'm wonderful because I think I'm wonderful. Well, that's not what we did here. This was a strategy of the African People's Socialist Party to win power for the African working class, to win power in these different seats in Ward 21 and Ward 3. And I think it was a great strategy by the chairman to pick these two comrades, Tachara Masimba and Herdosha Columbine Benton. It's been a great campaign so far. I just want to really encourage people again, everybody in the party should be part of these campaigns. So you can go to votemasimba.org or votecolumbine.org. I think it's going to be when we win these elections, it's going to send shockwaves through the whole electoral system. Revolutionaries all over the world will understand what is possible and be motivated and inspired by our victory. Next slide. So in summation, I just want to reiterate that we're in an international process of recruitment all over the world. We've done some things to improve our process of bringing people in, building our regions. The regional strategy is what is key here. We want every region to be competent to bring people in, every unit to be competent to bring people into their organizations. That's where we're trying to get to. And we've established that ideological training inside the NDO, because the NDO has to be the experts at recruitment. They have to be the experts at what the Constitution means. We have to make constitutional even interpretations, which I have done in the past. So we have a big job ahead of us. We have other organizations, other parts of the party have been integrated into the Office of Security and the National Office of Recruitment and Membership. So we have a big job ahead of us. We're not finished yet. You're going to see great things coming from our office. I want to salute Comrade Fuki Ansi and Comrade Malika and Comrade Janaba for all their hard work and holding the fort while I'm here assigned in St. Louis. So that is the end of our presentation. And just want to salute Chairman O'Malley Shatella and Secretary General Luezi and Deputy Chair Zanea Shatella. So we still have some things to do, complete the mandates, build the NDO to capacity, as I mentioned earlier, and all region committees have to be built to capacity. We must have recruitment and membership directors in every region, which we only have in the West region right now, but we want to build to capacity so every office in those regional committees are filled, and then we will see tremendous growth in the party, because this online recruitment is not the most reliable way to recruit. We have gotten some good forces from it, but we have to be on the ground, out there among the people, bringing people into the African People's Socialist Party under African internationalism. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Director. Yeah, I really want to salute that presentation and just all the work and the different hats you wear as NDO and just the work of your entire office. And and just kind of go back to what Malika, she had just mentioned earlier, how Silambao means to keep tradition. I didn't even know that until she mentioned it, and I think about that, and I think about just significance of these African names, and as far as the work of NDO and keeping order and maintaining the structure and making sure that we're all on the right trajectory and that the party is secure. So it just speaks that significance more. So I want to salute that presentation. And as far as questions, I did have one question for you myself.
Okay.
Yeah. So just as far as the office of the NDO, for new party members coming in that are interested in getting involved with the NDO, what traits would or should these forces have who want to get involved in this office?
Well, I think we look at a couple of things. One, you got to have a lot of discipline. You got to come to the meeting on time. So Beck was kind of messing with me. You might have heard people kept saying, well, I know the value of opening doors and walking through doors. They were making jokes about me because I always say, can you open the door? So walk through it. so that's what they were talking about. So they were kind of messing with me there. But we look for discipline is the main thing, because we believe we can train people to be experts, and that's what we're going to now. We're going to require an intensive recruitment intensive over 8 days for new recruiters. And if you're not better to be in those meetings for 2 hours a day, Monday through Thursday, 1 week, Monday through Thursday, a second week, it's probably not the thing for you, because we want people to be really dedicated and be willing to talk to people. They need to talk to people respectfully, need to get the information from them, because this is a vetting process. All 3 steps, as Pukiansi talked about it, are vetting steps. We want to know about these candidates. However, we're also in the process of looking at how we can make the process one so we're finding ways to bring people in as opposed to keeping them out. As the chairman said, he's making that struggle, and I unite with it. He's not saying it's a bad process we got, but he's saying the process has to be one where the outlook is to bring people in as opposed to keeping them out. That doesn't mean we don't vet people. We will continue to do that, but we, as the chairman said, when people come in, they're not African internationals.
Right.
So we have to transform them into African internationals.
Uhuru. Appreciate this presentation, Director. Uhuru. At this point, I want to pass it on to Comrade Siali.
Uhuru Africa.
Uhuru, Chairman.
I just want to just a little bit contribute to that discussion, because there are going to be changes made, and Comrade Salambayu, I'm sure he understands that from the political report, for no other reason, that we're going in a constant process of developing this and this whole recruitment process. And I think that we'll see in short order, and I'm not suggesting that anybody who's assigned to the NDO should do anything different from what's already been determined. You should be doing all the protocols. You should hold to them. But I can tell you should anticipate that there are going to be changes, and I think they're going to be for the better, because the party is experiencing a real attempt for growth. More and more people are attracting to the party from everywhere. 1, 2. I just wanted to say, Comrade Salambayu mentioned that he called Janeba his recruit, and he mentioned the fact that they call it a wizard, but he didn't mention the fact that her father was the great Biko Lumumba, who led the African People's Socialist Party in Oakland, California, who initiated and presided over after Huey P. Newton was murdered in Oakland, California. And at the funeral, during Huey's funeral, there were, a few hundred people there, and then there were thousands of people outside the funeral. And Biko Lumumba presided over that funeral, masses of people, militant mobilization that our party was responsible for. And he was just an incredible force. He was 6'7". Janeba, you might not be able to tell, it's 6'2", and I don't think Janeba was ever a little girl, so to speak. I just wanted to say that there was something just in terms of her history, so she was born in the movement. She went to the Child Care Collective in Oakland, California, that we established when she was just a little girl. And her mother was a member of the party at one time, had run the Uhuru Gym, that kind of thing. So I just wanted to say that she has great pedigree. Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Dexter.
I appreciate that, Chairman.
Uhuru. There is actually one question here in the chat, and one more question I have for you, Director. It is Uhuru, what is the name of the person who called the cops? That's disgusting.
Who the person they called the cops on?
The license? That's disgusting.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the person who called the cops in terms of the closing the office.
Yeah. The older who had the juice, who would say, I want them out of this office right now. And the police said that despite what this thing says on the paper that you're supposed to have 10 days to get out, that you got to get out now because that's what the older person said, that he wants you out. His name was Brandon Bosley.
Yes.
That's our
By the way, his father was Freeman Bosley Sr., who was in office for 40 years.
Yeah.
Who gained quite a reputation himself for being a crook.
Well, you know, there are crooks and then there are crooks. And yeah.
Also, really quickly, just wanted to salute new party members, actually. King, Jamal, Felisa, and Kemu. Uhuru comrades, welcome aboard. But again, want to appreciate the presentation, Director Chimaranga, and want to hand it off to Siali.
Right, Uhuru.
There was another question.
There was another question?
Yes, there was one question. I overlooked it. Uhuru, do you have to be in the party to be in the NDO office? And if the answer is no, how will the office be able to utilize the Uhuru NTU brigade process?
Well, we think that we will be able to use the NTU process. Not all the offices would be open to people who are not in the party. We do have security that's been integrated into the NDO office. So, of course, we would look very carefully at bringing somebody who was not in the party into security. That wouldn't happen. So, but other administrative tasks, clerical tasks, I think that we could definitely make that happen in terms of the NDO, and you know, with very close scrutiny. We have access to a lot of things that are classified information, and also a lot of information about our members. But I believe the NTU is going to be very helpful in moving us forward. We'll just have to say where people can be. I know there's a place that volunteers can come to, but some of those areas that are more sensitive, that we won't bring volunteers into those.
Right. I understand. And that question was from Deputy Chair when his name is Stella. Uhuru.
Another question just came in. Says, do we consider those who are not in the party but are in our mass organizations to also be African internationalists? I'm asking in reference to people are not African internationalists when they are just coming into the party.
And that question is from Liki Ngoma.
Well, let me see if I understand the question correctly.
May I come around? I think I do.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Yeah, the thing is that what we're talking about, there's certain restrictions that's easy to place on new members, people who are being recruited. And sometimes there has been problems with recruiters because they want people to have African internationalist understanding as a condition for coming into the party. And what we're saying that when they're not African internationalists, you know, that's something that we have to help them become. And so that's what's meant by, you know, people are not African internationalists when they come into the party. We help them to become African internationalists. And so the process does not presuppose. You can't say that I'm not recruiting you because you're not an African internationalist. We recruit them based on certain aspects of certain things that they demonstrate, certain things that help us to understand that they are likely to be able to become African internationalists. They're not hostile. They're not enemies to the people. They want actually to change things for African people. So most people will not come with a recognized philosophy. Black, they're free, and respect and love for Black people that makes us assume that these are people who can become African internationalists. That's what the questionnaires and all this stuff help us to understand about them. Uhuru.
Thank you, Jim.
So yeah, that's what we mean. So this issue about whether people can be African internationalists, they are not in the party. Yes, there are people in the movement who are African internationalists. They're not members of the party in our movement. They have actually, embraced the philosophy of African internationalism. They show that, and because it's not that they can write treatises and things like that on African internationalism, because we say African internationalism is a theory of practice, right? And so, yeah, that's surely it's possible for that to occur. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yeah, I want to really appreciate the report from the National Director of Organization, Chimurenga. This has been very powerful, eye-opening, for even me. And just really appreciate this. So I wanted to go ahead and move on now and really welcome, I guess you could say, the heartbeat of the African Revolution, the central nervous system of the African People's Socialist Party. And we want to bring on the report on agitation and propaganda by Director Akile Anai. Uhuru Akile.
Oh, Director Akile.
Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru to Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, and to all of its members and participants in this year's plenary. I am very humbled and honored to, be a participant and member of the African People's Socialist Party in the capacity of the Director of Agitation and Propaganda. And this has been just an incredible 3 days so far. Really excited for the conclusion of our plenary tomorrow. And I'm very excited to present this report to the party's plenary. And I will be having help from my comrades within this department, Comrade Renata in Columbia, Missouri, Comrade Sandy somewhere floating out there in Washington State, and Comrade Lisa Watson in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So without further ado, this is the heartbeat of the African Revolution Department of Agitation and Propaganda report to the party's 2021 plenary. Next slide. All right, so this report was prepared by the party's Department of Agitation and Propaganda, which has the responsibility for, among other things, the ideological development of our party, its cadre and movement to distribute the theory of African internationalism in every available space, and to create the space for which the theory can be disseminated, to promote the party's position on every critical question confronting our revolutionary movement to date, to deepen our members, organizers, and sympathizers' love for the party, recognizing it as the only capable force in the world that will lead our people to our freedom through the destruction of the colonial capitalist system. Agitprop also has in its custody the living, breathing history of our party, which also has to be made available to our entire movement to facilitate some of the responsibilities mentioned a moment ago. In this report, members of this department will lay out our victories and contradictions of the past year and say how we're moving forward in the year 2020, 2021 to carry out the task before us, creating an effective apparatus that expands the entire African world so that African workers of the world are made aware of and become active participants in the African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru movement, to leave no stone unturned in spreading the liberating theory of African internationalism and turning every colony into one filled with African internationalist working class intellectuals engaged in anti-colonial struggle. Next slide. I, of course, can't begin this presentation without saluting the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, whose steadfast commitment and leadership has made it possible for every victory we will claim in this report. Part of Agitprop's responsibility is putting forward the chairman as the leader of the African nation and the worldwide African Revolution, the author of the theory of African internationalism, which we all know is the theory that has provided us the blueprint for our liberation. Uhuru Chairman, next slide. We also want to recognize the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zanea-Shatella for her tremendous leadership that echoes throughout every department and organization. Her work style is something that Agitprop looks to and struggles to uphold on a daily. We appreciate every training and every struggle to professionalize our work, heighten the level of organization, and adopt the discipline that is demanded for our success. Uhuru Deputy Chair, next slide. So the Department of Agitation and Propaganda's cadre staff consists of Nyendu, photo editor for The Spear, Renata, the NTU volunteer program coordinator, Lisa of the African People Solidarity Committee, functioning in web IT, Black Pride 96 donor development, and so much more. And Comrade Sandy, department secretary, the Living Archives coordinator, our layout editor for The Spear, as well as many other roles. And Comrade Roger, who has recently taken on coordination of the ad sales program for the Burning Spear newspaper, as well as myself, the department's director. This core staff carries out the day-to-day work of the department, along with our growing staff of volunteers that we'll make mention of in just a moment. With this staff and our volunteers, the victories we're going to be taking a look at was made possible. Next slide. So 2020 marked a turning point in the decades of the party's work to win the ideas and understandings of African internationalism, which is key to completing the Black Revolution of the 60s and succeeding in our mission to unify and liberate Africa and African people worldwide. The fundamental concepts of reparations and colonialism as they relate to the struggle of African people in the US have become part of the common public lexicon. We saw many examples this year of the party's influence in winning the war of ideas. One example was in August, when a Chicago Black Lives Matter organizer went viral after declaring that what the government called looting was actually an act of reparations. This summation was taken directly from the pages of the July issue of the Burning Spear newspaper, where a transcription of Chairman Amalia Shatella's live-streamed address to the African nation was printed. We believe that this organizer's ability to sum this up came as a direct result of the party's propaganda work. The party has had an active presence in Chicago since the headquarters of the International People's Democratic Uhuru movement was located there in the 1990s. And for more than 10 years now, Comrade Kabula, shout out Comrade Kabula, has led the distribution of hundreds of Burning Spear newspapers every month throughout Chicago. And on the screen, you can see the quote. What we're saying is that reparations is the expropriation of the expropriators. When the people go into that Target and various other colonial corporations, they are expressing reparations in a very serious kind of way. Next slide. We see the evidence that we are winning the war of ideas when we see an article on reparations in the pages of Teen Vogue, raising the questions that the party has already answered through our propaganda, including this section of the party's website, a new feature of the site that we continue to fill with the analysis, history, and practical programs advancing the party's reparations work. Next slide. The demand for reparations to African people has been raised by the party and tied to an anti-colonial revolutionary strategy since the beginning. In the 1980s, when US President Ronald Reagan proposed massive cuts for social welfare and food stamp programs, the party turned the tables. Instead of taking the defensive and begging stance of the petty bourgeoisie, the party raised the slogan, "They say cut back, we say pay back," further popularizing the reparations demand. The party, through its propaganda, political and electoral campaigns, and practical programs, has defined and popularized the question of reparations, which this past year's US presidential candidates were forced to debate. Next slide. This year, we also saw the white power colonial ruling class media forced to publicly discuss the relationship of the colonial oppression of Africans in the US to police violence against our people. From the beginning, the Burning Spear newspaper has been one of the primary places where the party defined the struggle of African people in the US and around the world as one against colonialism. After decades of contesting the characterization of our struggle as one against racism, we are seeing this understanding penetrating colonial media, even as they attempt to confuse the issue and equate colonialism with racism. On the left, there's a screenshot of an article published online titled "Call It What It Is, Colonialism," talking about the murder of George Floyd and all of those like it, an act of colonial terror, violence imposed on African people as a means of keeping Africans locked in this relationship with this social system to feed the lives of the colonizers. This article was published on our site in August of 2020, and in September, the Washington Post article published, pictured right on the right, took up this headline: "The history of racist colonial violence can help us understand police violence." Since the founding of our party, our chairman has worked tirelessly to develop the theory of African internationalism and to take it to the masses of our African working class people through the pages of the Burning Spear newspaper, his books and pamphlets, and its innumerable public speeches and media interviews. I'm honored to have been given this responsibility to lead the party's Agitprop department and proud of the work we have done this past year to carry on the legacy and rebuild on the foundation laid by our chairman and Agitprop giants like our hero, Omowale Kefeng. Uhuru, next slide. The People's War Campaign, under the political leadership of Chairman Omowale Yeshitela and direction of Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, chaired the writers team, content production team, social media team, and website team. This helped to increase the number of articles published online, and the number of articles published was up to 60% over the year, and website traffic on theburningspear.com increased by over 200%. These numbers were highly concentrated in the People's War Campaign, however, and went down subsequent, showing we can do it, but the need for recruitment to increase our capacity for forces to work on the online edition to maintain and grow these numbers in traffic. We were able to create iconic and informational graphics with information coming directly from our writers, as well as the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project. We created this iconic The People's War logo. We were also able to provide leadership for all of our movement's social media pages and websites. We held a social media conference to assist in the development of our movement's presence on social media and developed a manual that lays out how successful social media pages happen. Through this campaign, we also launched the People's War radio show, with its first host being Tachara and Matope. When we had the transition, Matsamela and Mwambi heeded the call to carry out the work on this show, which has resulted in one of Black Pride 96's most powerful programs to date. Next slide. We took on the call to utilize the NTU Volunteer Brigade program, first introduced to our movement by the Office of Deputy Chair in 2017. And in a serious way, we took it on, and it has truly been so transformative. I've been saying, if you're not using NTU, what is you doing? After receiving trainings from the Office of Deputy Chair and Tachara Reed, the NTU program, we finally established weekly orientations, putting out our listings on various platforms, and I've met and worked with over 20 volunteers and are retaining our volunteers to assume greater leadership roles in their respective committees. These are some of the volunteers, just some, that have come through, that are currently active or contributed a lot of time in the year of 2020 to the success of Agitprop in our institutions. We have Comrade Renzalea, Honey Blue, this is the Spear, Comrade Renzalea, Honey Blue. Shauna was a volunteer with Black Pride 96 who assisted DJ Eddie in programming the relaunch of the local Glowing Global campaign, our July member drive, and more. We have Comrade Javed, who's currently a voice actor and audio producer for Black Pride 96 in Dubai. And we have Comrade Joseph, who is just one of several new volunteers who are currently working in our web IT department to revamp our burningspearmarketplace.com. And we have a Pipsa. I could not leave here without mentioning a Pipsa, who's currently a very talented voice actor and audio producer in Black Power 96. Next slide. Through the process of NTU, we also recruited our current volunteer coordinator and party member, Comrade Renata. And it was a victory in and of itself to be able to identify someone who could play the role of coordinating our volunteer program. We also have Comrade Robin, who came on as a writer, audio producer, voiceover talent, and soon to be programmer on Black Power 96. Robin is also a participant in the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations and the Reparations Working Group. We had our first volunteer appreciation event as an entire department on December 22nd, 2020. So before then, we were kind of doing volunteer celebrations separately, but we combined it all together, and it was really dynamic. And we coupled that with the celebration of the 52-year anniversary of the Spear, which was a powerful virtual event that recognized all of our volunteers by name, where we enjoyed culture performances from culture workers in California that were organized by Comrade Honeyblue, one of our volunteers. And utilizing the NTU has also granted us the ability to meet and work with people from around the world. Where I mentioned some of our volunteers are located in Dubai. We have another volunteer located in Pakistan, one in Nigeria, and we're just continuously growing. And we continue to grow through this process. Next slide. Among the challenges we faced during the pandemic, one of our department's revenue streams, Vanguard AV, took a huge hit. Where we could usually count on AV production for in-person conferences and conventions, that became uncertain with our events moving to virtual. But just like all of the areas of our movement, we had to get creative, think outside the box, and create a standard for virtual events for our entire movement. Our first major production was the 20-year anniversary Dead Press celebration, which was organized by our party and featured Chairman Omali Shatella, M1 Matulu of Dead Press, music journalist Tim Hotep, Grammy Award-winning music producer Sean C., and a special appearance from Erykah Badu. This event helped to form virtual Vanguard AV services, giving us the blueprint for how our events should be conducted. Next slide. Our next major event we did was the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement Convention, which was a major success on all fronts. Next slide. So also in victories, we maintained publication of The Spear, despite the colonial virus's COVID-19 impact. We adapted to a decreased distribution capacity by printing shorter issues and winning distributors to maintain orders and distribute freely to the public if necessary. These issues published the Project Black On protocols developed by APDEP for wide distribution, and we maintained our sponsor prisoner program, shipping into the prisons at no charge. We received feedback from prisoners around our COVID-19 related issues, saying how important and helpful these articles had been. Next slide. In February 2020, immediately after the party's first plenary of the party's 7th Congress, Agitprop forces traveled to Gainesville, Florida, carrying boxes of Burning Spear newspapers to be digitized and cataloged by the staff of the University of Florida Digital Newspapers Collections. We have also sent paper copies of the Florida Black Voice, an early publication of the party produced in Gainesville, which will also be digitized and made available to the public. Next. The entire catalog of the Burning Spear newspapers can now be viewed and read on the University of Florida's website. The Spear office has also secured the PDFs of the papers for future use in our own libraries. Next. So also in 2020, our victories, we restructured the Spear distribution office into a warehouse shipping center. So on the left, you can see, you can see the office and the state that it was in at the beginning of the year. And we managed to transform it into a shipping warehouse. And we also hired a part-time shipping clerk to help in the area of distribution. So that was really, really incredible victory for us in 2020. Next. So Black Power 96 also had to adapt our operations because of the impact of the pandemic on our local outreach, recruitment, and fundraising work. We paused our local recruitment of programmers or office volunteers, limiting access to our studies to the bare minimum staff needed to continue broadcasting. Despite the challenges, our annual July Supporting Member Drive reached its fundraising goal. And I have to say a few words here about DJ Eddie, Mr. Eddie Maltzby, who I know is watching. Black Power 96 is radio's assistant manager, also known as the world's best blind DJ. You see him pictured here on the left with his guitar and sunglasses. And Mr. Eddie began his volunteer work with Black Power 96, hosting a morning gospel show. And through this show, Mr. Eddie has built positive relationships with church members and leaders in St. Pete, winning resources for the station in the form of gospel benefit concerts and supporting members. He has utilized his extensive contacts in the community, developed through his years of singing and performing in the streets and recording studios of St. Pete, to win business underwriters and new volunteers to the station. He has advanced to the volunteer position of assistant station manager because of his strong leadership and creative capabilities. This spring, when Black 96 was unable to hold our scheduled gospel concert, a planned repeat of the successful concert Mr. Eddie had organized in 2019, we determined to hold the concert virtually. Mr. Eddie took it upon himself to expand the format of the show, contacting out-of-state R&B artists and winning them to donate live performances. Some of them also became supporting members of Black Power 96 and maintain a supportive relationship to this day. Mr. Eddie took on additional shifts to host the Midday Cafe and a Friday evening show featuring Southern blues and local hip-hop artists. As assistant station manager, he is constantly monitoring the station, providing guidance to other programmers, and fighting for the station to have the best possible sound. Mr. Eddie is loyal to the station and always looking out for the interests of the station, protecting it and upholding the protocols and policies, including our COVID-19 protocols and all FCC regulations. He is committed to the mission of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and articulates the position of the movement over the airwaves on various issues in a brilliant and winning way. Next slide. And a few months ago, DJ Eddie relaunched his brainchild, Black Power 96's Local Going Global program. This weekly contest provides radio exposure to so much unrecognized talent in the African community, while growing Black Power 96's reach through the fans of the artists being mobilized to download our app and send in their votes. Despite the limitations that the COVID-19 pandemic has placed on our in-person community outreach work, Black Power 96's base in the African community continues to grow. Next. Also in the area of Black 96, and mentioned before, out of the People's War campaign came the People's War radio show, initially hosted by Comrades Sachar and Matope, and now carried out by Comrades Matsamela and Mwambi. We developed the show with 3 primary objectives: produce a professional interview program to bring African internationalist analysis in a mass way to the listening audience on the local FM airwaves, through the mobile app, and through syndication to other stations; to develop the propaganda skills of members of our movement, the hosts, the show team, and the guests; develop relationships with a variety of guests, academics, authors, activists, and community members who are friendly with the movement, deepening their understanding of who the movement is, what our reach is, and what we stand for; and syndication. Since the launch of the People's War Radio in April, the show has been downloaded by 40 different Pacifica affiliate radio stations, some of them on a weekly basis. Some Pacifica's possession from the Civil Rights and Black Power period. Distribute shows produced at Black Power 96 to Pacifica stations as part of our work to win the war of ideas in favor of African internationalism. We succeeded in both, and as a Pacifica affiliate station ourselves, have participated in many of their weekly roundtable sessions where we are able to gain access to technical, legal, and fundraising expertise held by other non-commercial radio stations around the US. Next. So, closing out our victories, we're going to talk about Burning Spear Publications. So, we sold out of Amalia Shatella Speaks and reprinted it in the year 2020. And we also got the book onto Kindle e-readers. And we sold out of our first printing of Vanguard, which is Chairman Amalia Shatella's latest publication. We broke into colleges with the publications with the help of Comrade Matsamela, who incorporated it into his curriculum. And we're currently in San Diego State University's bookstore, and we've also received orders from other colleges such as Palomar College. Next. And lastly, in victories, we want to salute the leadership of Deputy Chair and the APEDF Grants Committee for the leadership and struggle for Agitprop to engage in grants work. We've recruited 2 grants researchers through the NTU program and are working to develop and retain them. And Agitprop has so far submitted 7 grant applications, and we've won 2 small grants and have more in the works. We are seeking grants to fund the digitizing of 4,000 hours of videotape chronicling the party's work, as well as to hire staff and purchase equipment. Next. So now we've talked about all of our victories, and that really was just kind of scratching the surface of all of the work that Agitprop has done throughout 2020. But we do want to address the contradictions so that we can, be held accountable and to move the process of growing this apparatus. So in 2020, one of the biggest, most glaring contradictions was that we were not moving from an overall plan of action for the department. And we failed to finalize our department POAs at the start of the year, which left us without direction for Agitprop's goals and objectives. In preparation of this report, we were confronted with this issue when we were trying to truly measure our successes and our failures. And as a result, Throughout the year, we generally functioned as a response team rather than focusing our efforts on building our capacity and our infrastructure. And we were more task-oriented rather than driven by a plan to grow this apparatus. Next. We did not develop secondary leadership. And so while our recruitment efforts, as you saw, were stronger this year with the utilization of the NTU Volunteer Brigade, we did not resolve the issue of recruiting and developing cadre into secondary leadership roles. And we have critical roles that must be filled, some to which we will, talk about when we look at the way forward in 2021. Next. And implementing the regional strategy. So we did not utilize the party's regional strategy in the way that we had reported we would be using it in the 2020 plenary. We intended to utilize the regional strategy to build an army of propagandists and laid out ways that this could happen, but did not win it in some cases, such as spear distribution, and did not struggle for it in others. And that all the contradictions tie in together when you look at the fact that we did not have a guiding plan of action to say, this is what our work has to consist of. This is where we're headed. These are our goals and objectives. So this was, part of our responsibility was to, adopt the mandate of the regional strategy that was laid forward by the chairman. And we did not effectively utilize this strategy. Next. So looking forward to 2021, here's how we're going to solve our contradictions. So first and foremost, we completed all of our department planning conferences so that all major areas of this department's work is operating from a plan of action, broken down in the areas of recruitment, the regional strategy, the Burning Spear newspaper, Black Power Radio, Burning Spear publications, and public relations for Chairman Amalia Shatella. We're going to utilize the regional strategy and continue the use of the NTU Volunteer Brigade program to recruit and develop cadre to assume secondary leadership roles. We're going to be training African people throughout our movement, initiating cadre development training that will result in forces coming into this department and making them capable of doing agitprop work in their respective areas. We're going to launch a campaign targeted at white people with skills in graphic design, videography, video editing, broadcast communication, website development, etc., as a turn over your skills as reparations campaign to work and train in the party's agitprop. And we're going to fight for the regional strategy, identify agitprop reps in each region of the African Socialist International, so get ready, create a process of bringing them in, getting them trained, advancing agitprop work throughout the regions, and holding it accountable to the overall agitprop department. And what's not listed here is that we're going to be studying the political report to the second plenary of our Party 7 Congress. Next. And we have to, we're going into this and we have to say, to what end? Why are we doing what we're doing? All of our plans of action, to what end are we trying to do this work? And we have to do it. We have to carry out our plans for 2021 so we're able to intensify our role in the war of ideas. What informs our work is our success and our continued influence on the worldwide anti-colonial freedom struggle. Our ultimate aim must be to deepen our capacity for African people to exercise power by going beyond an apparatus and becoming a governing institution to be defined as the Ministry of Information, or as it was laid out in the political report, Ministry of Communication for the African nation. Next. So now I would like to turn it over to Comrade Renata. I really appreciate this comrade who's going to be talking about our recruitment strategy in the year 2021. So Uhuru, Comrade Renata.
Right. As Director Akile stated, I am Renata, a very proud member of the African People's Socialist Party out of the St. Louis Midwest region. I am honored to be you volunteer program coordinator for the Department of Agitation and Propaganda under the leadership of Director Akile Anayi. I want to first express my appreciation to our chairman, Chairman Amalia Shatella, for leading the African nation so relentlessly for so many years with the profound theory of African internationalism. I am honored to be under such great leadership. Also to our Deputy Chair, Ona Zanaya Shatella, for her amazing leadership and her such a strong and solid foundation for our organization to to you both, Conrad. So I will begin with the presentation. Agriprop has identified over 200 positions that need to be filled to build each institution or project to its capacity. Here is a version of the Department of Agriprop's organizational chart that was made as a tool specifically for the recruitment work. It has been color coordinated to indicate the priority positions, which ones require cadre level, and which are level 1 NTU positions. Positions that can be remote or must be in St. Petersburg, Florida. Agriprop has developed detailed job descriptions and written compelling job postings for many of them, and is working to complete the rest. Next slide. I am also working on building a team to work under my leadership to include an online outreach coordinator, which will post open positions on Handshake, Volunteer Match, LinkedIn, and Facebook. A community outreach coordinator, a print materials designer, street work coordinators, and a student interns liaison. Lastly, orientation facilitators, who will send out orientation invites as requests to volunteer comes in to keep materials updated, such as job descriptions, spreadsheets, contact lists, etc. And a Zoom engineer who will successfully take us through those orientations with our volunteers. Next slide, please. One of Agriprop's top recruitment priorities is that of the chairman's public relations team. We will be making specific calls and deploying trained, skilled forces onto this committee to work with Agriprop and the OOTC to build the promotions work for the chairman. We will be using the NTU process as well as the regional strategy to identify necessary forces. Listed here are the positions that need to be filled to carry this out. If you have any skills in any of these areas and want to have the high honor of working on the chairman's public relations team, please sign up with us on theberniespear.com and indicate that you are interested in the chairman's public relations team. Next slide. Agriprop is also focused on recruitment through the party's regional strategy, identifying forces within each region of the party, including Africa and Europe, to fill certain roles directly accountable to and working in the Department of Agriprop, who will have the responsibility to build Agriprop committees in each region and filling out the roles as laid in our party's organizational manual. The process is going to require that every area have a relationship with and carry out the work of Agriprop. Next slide. Agriprop will be launching a campaign to recruit solidarity forces and other white people with skills and unity to turn over their skills as reparations in 2 ways. Prepare and conduct special Agriprop skills training in design layout, graphic design, video and audio production, and web design, to fill ongoing positions in web development, fundraising, and grant writing. Agriprop will be meeting with APSC Chair Penny Hess in February after the mini intensive to plan this campaign. So that is all I have to present right now, and I will turn it back over to our Director of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anayi. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Renata. Looking real good, Comrade Renata. And now I would like to turn it over to Comrade Lisa, who is going to talk about Burning Spear publications in the year 2021. Uhuru, Comrade Lisa.
Uhuru, Director Akile. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yep.
All right. Well, as Director Akile said, my name is Lisa. I am a member of the African People Solidarity Committee, and I just salute the chairman, deputy chair, and the whole NCC of the party and this incredible plenary. It is a profound honor to be assigned to work in the Department of Agriprop under the leadership of Director Akile. And I salute your brilliant leadership of this department, Director Achille. And I also salute my leadership in APSC, Chairwoman Penny Hess. And I will be talking about the next slide, 2021 plans for Burning Spear Publications, which is one of the divisions of Burning Spear Media, which is one of the wholly owned subsidiaries of Black Star Industries. Burning Spear Publications publishes books, pamphlets, posters, and other merchandise, and is an important front in the party's work to win the war of ideas. And Agitprop has the goal to double the sales of books and other publications produced by Burning Spear Publications to expand the reach of African internationalist ideas through this front. And objectives for 2021 include publishing new titles, publishing new editions of in-demand and politically significant older titles, and building the distribution and promotions capacity of this institution. And one of the first projects that you see an image of on the screen now that Burning Spear Publications will be working on is republishing the book Reparations Now. And as we know, the chairman has been leading a series of studies on this book in January on Omali Taught Me to bring to the forefront the significance of the party's work around reparations, including the incredibly powerful International Tribunal for Reparations organized by the party in 1982 and held for 14 total sessions in subsequent years. The new edition of Reparations Now will feature more content, including more testimony from the tribunal and an epilogue of all the work the party has done since that first tribunal. And this project is set to begin with a spring intensive to find additional testimony from the Reparations Tribunal in the Agitprop archives, and with a target release date in early fall. Next slide. We will begin promotions efforts for that book, the republishing of Reparations Now, at the same time that the book is in production, and work with the Office of the Chair to plan an author tour. So the timeline for that is starting to build the tour committee beginning in June 2021, a speaking tour tentatively scheduled for fall, winter, depending on the situation with the pandemic, getting radio and TV interviews, and then doing a virtual/Zoom author events in addition to, or if needed, in place of the in-person tour. Next slide. Burning Spear Publications will print new pamphlets based on key theoretical works by the chairman, such as the chapters originally published in An Uneasy Equilibrium on the question of the nation and on the theory of African internationalism. And we'll also reprint older out-of-print pamphlets that are in demand and especially important for winning the war of ideas in this period. Next slide, please. Burning Spear Publications has the goal in 2021 to begin the work to publish a book of writings by ASI Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa. So this is something that's been called on for a long time, and Agitprop is committed to taking this on, and it's a goal for 2021 to get moving on that. And next slide, please. Comrade Matsamela has spearheaded an effort to bring African internationalism into the war of ideas on college campuses. He and other college educators incorporated the chairman's books into their course curriculums in 2020. Agitprop will continue to work with Comrade Matsamela to systematize and expand this front in the war of ideas by reaching out to African and Black studies professors whenever Burning Spear Publications is publishing a new book, to let them know about exam copies and desk copies available so they may adopt that for that book for their curriculum, developing classes and curriculums that intervene in the discourse around what is known as Black internationalism with the theory of African internationalism, promoting the party's living history archive by sponsoring research fellowships, essay contests, and reaching out to professors and lecturers about these opportunities for students to study and write about the history held in the archive, and publishing Burning Spear Publications' own Black Studies course readers, which are a collection of all the readings for a given course. And these are all things that Comrade Matsamela recommended in planning sessions held with him. Next slide. Burning Spear Publications will be pursuing getting the books into book industry wholesale databases, which makes it easier for mainstream and even small independent bookstores to order the titles. Next slide. And Agitprop will be building the Burning Spear Publications promotions team to take on creating printed marketing collateral, including a tip sheet for each book, what's known as a tip sheet in the book industry, a catalog flyer for all of the books, ads in college or Black community newspapers, and online promotions, including seasonal campaigns, social media marketing, and promotions through movement websites, including burningspearmarketplace.com, theburningspear.com, and uhurutours.com, to name a few. Next slide. Agitprop is working with NTU volunteers, including web development professionals, on a project to revamp burningspearmarketplace.com. Next slide. And in the past, Burning Spear Publications has pulled together ad hoc committees to produce and launch new books. But the demand for African internationalist literature is so high, and in order to grow Burning Spear Publications as a thriving division of Burning Spear Media as an actual publishing house, Agitprop has the goal to establish a permanent team that would be working on the publications all of the time. So we'll be using all kinds of recruitment methods, including seeking grants to fund positions, professional networking, and the NTU volunteer program to build this important team and institution. And now I will turn it back to you, Director Akile.
Uhuru, Comrade Lisa, thank you so much for talking about our plans for 2021 in the area of Burning Spear Publications. And I got a big old smile on my face because I'm super excited to make all of this happen. So now I would like to turn it over to another member of our department who is going to talk about our plans for the Burning Spear newspaper and Black Pro 96 in the year 2021. Comrade Sandy, who is the department's, formerly the department secretary, but is one of the movement veterans here and a member of the African People Solidarity Committee. So I want to go ahead and turn it over now to Comrade Sandy. Uhuru.
Uhuru, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Uhuru, it's my great honor as a member of the African People Solidarity Committee to participate in the party's Agitprop department under the leadership of the brilliant and kick-ass revolutionary director Akile Anai. And I want to salute the tremendous leadership of Chairman O'Malley, Deputy Chair Onezene Ishatella, the party's entire Central Committee, and my leadership in APSC, Chairwoman Penny Hess, the APSC Central Committee, and my direct leadership inside of APSC's Agitprop work, Comrade Lisa. Next slide. In 2021, the Burning Spear newspaper, the official journal of the African People's Socialist Party and voice of the International African Revolution, is going into its 53rd year of publication in its tabloid format. The monthly production of the paper, the only African revolutionary journal in continuous publication since the height of the Black Power anti-colonial movement of the 1960s, is currently being carried out by a brilliant staff. The editorial board of the Spear is the National Central Committee of the party, not pictured here, several of whom also contribute monthly columns to the paper, including, of course, the chairman with his editorial article that appears in the center of each issue, paired in the centerfold with the monthly report from Office of Deputy Chair Onezene Ishatella. African Socialist International Secretary General Luezi Kinshasa is editor of the Kinshasa International column, analyzing political and economic affairs from around the world. From Azania, Chairman Tafari is editor of the fairly recently added Africa column. Yejide Oramila is president of the African National Women's Organization, is editor of the Harriet's Daughters column. Kalambai Antoinette, president of MPDM, is editor of the column called African Resistance Now. Penny Hess, chairwoman of the African People Solidarity Committee, is editor of the column White Solidarity with Black Power. And then pictured here is the production staff who meets weekly and reliably carries out the work to produce the Spear each month, as well as to produce articles for publication on theburningspear.com. So that is editor-in-chief, Akile Anai, returning political editor Nyabenga, incoming ad sales program coordinator, Roger, proofreader, writer, and production assistant, Honey Blue, a new, myself, secretary, and print layout, trying to go in order, and prolific writer, Matsamela, skilled copy editor, Renzalea, writer and transcriber from the Solidarity Movement, Comrade Len, the seasoned photographer and photo editor and Yindu, a returning member of the very early staff of the Burning Spear newspaper. From the office of the chairman, Alikia has become the Haiti editor. The meticulous copy editor, Kota, is also responsible for the posting of articles to theburningspear.com and the online version of the Burning Spear newspaper, and Comrade Jackson, staff writer and excellent proofreader. And utilizing the NTU volunteer program, the Spear team is recruiting new volunteers every week.
Sandy, and also Comrade Robin, Comrade
Robin,
who's come on as a new writer.
Uhuru, thank you. And utilizing the oh, I see why my screen is covering it. So apologize there for the fourth row. And utilizing the NTU volunteer program, the Spear team is recruiting new volunteers every week from all parts of the globe. So they're not all pictured here, but they do include Azka from Pakistan, who's done a complete transcription of one of the weekly addresses by the chairman online. Vershana, a local St. Pete volunteer who will be proofreading. Danish from Georgia, who's designing ads to appear in the Spear, and also Thalma from Brazil, who has begun to do Portuguese translations for the Spear. Next slide. In 2021, the Spear team will continue to build its staff and the capacity of its office. So Director Akile reported on the hire of a dedicated shipping clerk, something the Spear office had operated without for much of 2020. With the shipping work being handled by Director Akile herself and whatever local volunteer help she could mobilize. But the new shipping clerk is a young African high school student currently working part-time. And the Spear office has partnered with a local social service agency who will begin to subsidize her salary this month, which may make it possible to increase hours and expand her duties. So that's exciting. In 2021, the Spear also plans to hire a part-time managing editor who will not have to be local to St. Pete, but must come through the ranks, be familiar with the production of the Spear, and be an effective project manager. We plan to build and train production and distribution staff, including for key secondary leadership positions, as well as for the ability to produce and disseminate multilingual content and to build international bureaus. As the chairman stated in his political report, hundreds of reporters and photographers as well. We can't use photos from the web that are often owned by profit-motivated forces that require large fees to use their images. So the Spear has to have its own international network of photographers who will capture the lives and events of significance to the African community to share with the world. The Spear office will also train writers from all the movement organizations to report on their organization's activities, and we will transfer the Spear's writing, copy editing, and proofreading standards and skills to all of the party's regions, departments, and mass organizations so that the whole movement is armed to produce and distribute African internationalist propaganda. So Spear has a lot of open positions that will be filled in 2021 through the NTU program and by working with the regions to identify potential candidates from the ranks of the movement. The Spear team needs graphic designers, print layout designers, online editors, secretary project manager, promotions coordinator, and a promotions team, sponsor prisoner program coordinator. You know, the subscriptions of the Burning Spear newspaper are shipped to more than 500 African prisoners throughout the U.S. every month. And the Spear office receives letters every week from Africans who are locked up in these brutal colonial prisons asking to receive the Spear, expressing appreciation and telling their stories. So the Spear office is looking for the right person to build and develop this program. We also intend to recruit a Black August campaign project manager. That's the Spear's annual fundraising campaign tied to the birth date and the vision of Marcus Garvey and inspired by the resistance of African prisoners. The ad sales manager position has just been taken on by Roger, but there's still a need for sales representatives all around the world. Next slide. Distribution of the Spear will be doubled in 2021, getting the Burning Spear newspaper into the hands of the people in at least 50 cities by the end of the year. Next slide. This expansion of Spear distribution will be carried out through the party's regional structure in accordance with resolution number 4 that was adopted at the party's 7th Congress in October of 2018. This will require the regional leadership to identify the key cities in each region where the Spear must be, and then to utilize the regional structure to mobilize both cadre and mass forces to bring the Spear into those areas, in conjunction with recruitment and expansion of the party's territory of influence. Along with this, Agitprop will provide direction for Spear study classes and for building distribution through bookstores and libraries. Next slide. In 2021, the content of the Burning Spear newspaper will be improved and expanded. The Burning Spear will continue to reflect the work of the party through columns edited by the departments and organizations of the party, the Point of the Spear, Office of Deputy Chair, ASI, ANWO, and PDUM, APSC. And this year, the Spear will be adding a regular column from the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project with its so very important Project Black Ankh. All the major events and campaigns of the party and its constituent organizations must be not only promoted, but reported on and documented in the pages of the Spear as the permanent historical record of the political positions, analysis, and practical work of the party. As the chairman has stated, also, the paper must feature reports and stories from the community so that the experiences and voices of the African working class masses are reflected in the pages of the Spear, and people can see themselves in the paper and know that this is their media. Next slide. In 2021, the Spear will also grow its international role in winning the war of ideas and spreading African internationalism across the globe and in more of the languages spoken by African people everywhere. So with the print issue, the Spear, as it exists now, will begin to add more multilingual translations of the party platform. So right now, the party platform is printed in the Spear alternately in Spanish and French. Immediately, it's going to be added in Portuguese, Lingala, Swahili, and Haitian Creole, and more languages to the future. In the online edition, where there's more capacity, will be, with the new revamp of the website, there will be sections added for articles in multiple languages, for articles, not only the platform. And then Agitprop this year will be working closely with the ASI to begin or resume the printing of international versions in select cities and languages. Next slide. In 2021, the Spear will also get more creative, add more cultural content, illustrations, prisoner letters, letters to the editor, poetry, and essay contests. Next slide. In 2021, the Spear office will grow its revenue and expand its economic self-sufficiency through a number of methods. One, reinitiating ads in the Spear. So you can see ads printed in some of the early issues, and going forward, these ads will include ads from movement organizations and departments, as well as from supportive businesses in the community. We will grow the subscriber base and also will develop a digital subscription option. So you can subscribe to the Spear and get the sort of the print issue or the PDF version on your Kindle or whatever. The Spear will expand the annual Black August fundraising campaign and event, and will build the Mafundi Lake Sponsor Prisoner Fund, so named in honor of the heroic African martyr Mafundi Lake, whose testimony to the first tribunal on reparations for Black people in the U.S. is summarized in the December 1982 issue of the Burning Spear newspaper in the online archives. Next slide. In 2021, the Spear will be promoted widely online through studies, billboards, flyers. The Spear office plans to conduct online Spear studies. We're going to get the articles that are on the burningspear.com syndicated on other African and progressive news sites around the world by promoting the RSS feed to individuals and groups that they can add to their news feeds. And we will build promotion of the Spear through social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, the YouTube channel. The Spear must be ubiquitous throughout the world, like Garvey's Negro World, connecting Africans, spreading news of the anti-colonial struggles and victories, and serving as the official journal of the African People's Socialist Party, providing leadership and directives from the incipient government of liberated Africa and African people everywhere. Next slide. All right, Black Power 96 FM radio, the second and more recently established pillar of the incipient government of the African nations' communications and information apparatus. It's currently staffed by the political leadership provided by Director Akile, Assistant Station Manager DJ Eddie. I am Secretary and FCC Compliance Officer. Lisa functions as a supporting membership coordinator and bookkeeper. We have fabulous underwriting manager, Sierra, and somewhat new to the team is some forces involved in programming that is with voiceover talent, audio production, and as was mentioned, upcoming show hosts, Pipsa, Robin, and Javed are pictured there. But similar to the Spear, the NTU program is bringing in new volunteers to Black Power 96 each week. They're not all pictured there, and that includes Vershana, who is assisting Mr. Eddie in organizing the programming committee. Smokey is going to be taking on the reorganization of the automated music playlists. John is a local cab driver who's going to be reviving the station's In Them Streets community speak out segment. Next slide. And key to the achievement of Black Power 96 Radio's mission is the building of the office and the staff to capacity. So we're going to be building the programming committee under DJ Eddie's leadership, and that's going to include a music director, public affairs director, a news director. We are going to be recruiting a chief engineer to maintain the studio and transmitter equipment, to train new board operators, to configure the new mobile app. We are going to be building the underwriting capacity under Sierra's leadership, also recruiting a promotions and marketing coordinator, and building the fundraising committee, particularly the supporting member donor recognition and engagement coordinator and a special events coordinator. Next slide. With the addition of new staff volunteers, the station plans to improve and expand its programming. So if you listen to Black Power 96 now, whether over the local FM airwaves or remotely on the mobile app or the website, you may have noticed that the program schedule and the music genres are somewhat random. In 2021, Black Power 96 will be reorganizing its program scheduling to reflect the flow of people's daily lives and for people to know when to tune in to what. So, you know, early morning music, midday political education programming, afternoon interviews, drive time newscasts, late night dance music, and we'll be utilizing promotional ads to let listeners know when to tune in for their favorite shows or their favorite genre. In other programming improvements, the worldview of African internationalism will be better woven into the daily programming through a daily news headline segment called Burning Spear News Breaks that will be produced in partnership with the Burning Spear newspaper staff. So we already have some of that staff compiled for the news breaks and trying to fill a few more positions to be able to launch that, as well as putting on more of the up-to-date speeches by Chairman O'Malley and short quotable segments from the chairman that can be interspersed throughout the music shows. And finally, new volunteer programmers and DJs are being recruited and trained to bring more community voices to the airwaves. Next slide. Looking forward to 2021, promotions and outreach. Black Power 96 will build the neighborhood audience, producing new print materials, brochures for business donors, door hangers, business cards, new merchandise, hats, t-shirts, clothing, mugs. We will conduct door-to-door drops. We will put up billboards. We will set up tables and booths in the community, and we'll seek out local events to become the media sponsor of, widening the exposure of the station. And of course, online promotion. And in 2021, Black Power 96 will roll out a new mobile app with interactive tools to build the international audience. And we will grow our program of engagement and retention of supporting members. Next slide. More volunteers and more listeners means a greater base of financial support for the station. In 2021, Black Power 96 intends to increase its monthly revenue by 50% in order to hire staff and purchase equipment. Our fundraising methods will include our spring member drive. Normally takes place in February because of the plenary. We moved it back to March. It's going to be from March 7th through the 20th. Then we have our annual July member drive. We have our year-end Giving Tuesday campaign. We have our underwriting, and that's what non-commercial stations call their business support or their advertising. And despite the pandemic, Black Power 96 continues to win new support from small Black-owned businesses, mainly thanks to the work of Assistant Manager Eddie, along with the administrative work of Underwriting Manager Sierra and the voiceover and audio production work of the volunteers. And then special events is a revenue stream for Black Power 96 and the grants that we are pursuing. Next slide. In 2021, Black Power 96 plans to make certain upgrades to its studio. So the station needs a better telephone interface, webcams with a switcher, and a dedicated MP3 player. And the station also needs mobile recording and broadcast kits. Next slide. In conclusion, Black Power 96.3 FM is more than a local Black community radio station. It's a model, a training ground, and a starting point for an international radio broadcast network that will form part of the communications apparatus of the incipient government of the African nation under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. In 2021, the Agitprop department will be working to develop a Black Power radio network in partnership with other African-owned stations and African radio programmers to share programming and technical expertise, combining our efforts to expand the reach and the capacity of independent African media. We will work to build a common narrative that serves to unify the African nation in order to win liberation and achieve self-determination. We will expand the influence of African internationalism by growing the syndication of our flagship public affairs and news programming, like the People's War radio show, the Burning Spear News Break, and the speeches of the chairman. In 2022, it is anticipated that the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, will open another window for nonprofit organizations to apply for new low-power FM radio licenses. So Agitprop will be working with the regions, institutions, and organizations of the movement to determine where and how new stations can be acquired. Back to you, Director Akile.
Uhuru, Comrade Sandy, thank you so much for laying out to the plenary our plans for the Burning Spear newspaper and Black Power 96 radio in 2021. And I also want to, because in March, we're going to be doing our spring member fund drive. So I just want to go ahead and plug that right quick. If you're not a supporting member of the radio station, your radio station, you need to become a supporting, sustaining member of Black Power 96 radio. So you can go to blackpower96.org to make that happen. Do it early before we call on you in March. So just wanted to make that plug right quick. But thank you so much to Comrades Renata, Lisa, and Sandy for helping to deliver this report. Next slides. Next slide, sorry. So again, I really want to salute this dynamic team that has helped me to prepare and present this report for you all, to you all. And I also want to take this moment to salute the Agitprop team that for the last several months in planning for this plenary has helped to carry out such a historic occasion because, you know, we were talking about all the work we did last year in 2020, and part of the work of 2020 was actually preparing for this plenary right here. And I have an incredible Agitprop department team, but I also wanted to recognize the forces that are not formally in Agitprop, but took on roles within the Department of Agitation and Propaganda to prepare and organize for this plenary. And every year, the Agitprop department plays a critical role in the party's plenaries and congresses, responsible to convey the power and significance of these historic events through the decor, audio, video presentation, as well as to carry out the production and distribution of the chairman's political report. And in 2020, when the pandemic forced us to build and conduct this plenary in a virtual format, the Agitprop department played a much greater role. Our regular Art of War committee was assembled and was expanded to include the responsibility for outreach conducted through phone banking and social media, our web development work, and working with Comrade Yejide to make sure the party met our registration goals. And Agitprop's Vanguard AV services, and I just want to shout out to this team, made important advances in the use of new live streaming tools and developing our planning and rehearsals process. And we knew that the presentation of the plenary could succeed or fail on the work of our Vanguard AV. There would be no falling back on last minute adjustments or collective in-person consultations with our program AV or staff in Aquaba Hall. And so if our planning had faltered, the plenary could crash. So I'm proud to say that this plenary has so far, gone without, a hitch, maybe little technical glitches here and there, but, overall the presentation has been incredible. And I just want to salute the Art of War committee members and the Vanguard AV staff who are working so hard, right now to make this happen. And our parties, plenaries and congresses allow us to summarize and evaluate our party's work. They're also major weapons in the war of ideas, where the theory and work of our party become available to the masses who must be won to African internationalism if we are to succeed in our struggle to unify and liberate Africa and African people worldwide. We are not Marxists, but we do agree that theory becomes a material force when it is gripped by the masses. So again, I want to salute the Art of War Committee and this amazing tech team who may not be seen, but are deeply felt. So Huru, thank you, comrades. And to close out this section of the presentation, we have a workshop coming right after this, but I want to call on you who are listening to this report. If you see yourself in this department, if you see yourself taking on leadership roles for the oldest Black Power newspaper, or contributing your skills to the Black Power Radio Network, joining the incipient Ministry of Communication for the African Nation, indicate that right now in the Zoom chat, on YouTube, on Facebook. To our volunteers that have been grinding with us all year, let us know if you are ready to take that next step, because we are calling on you with the skills and the desire, the commitment to the African liberation struggle, and the will to make it happen at all costs, to solve every problem, to solidify our ability to govern on the communication and information front. Join the Department of Agitation and Propaganda today. So Huru, that concludes our report to the party's 2021 plenary. And like I said, we do have a workshop. So I see Siali as the MC trying to come back on, but we have, in addition to our report, we have a workshop talking about the Uhuru movement on social media. So Uhuru comrades, Renata, Lisa, and Sandy, thank you all. And if we have time for discussion, you guys can come back on. And if we could now transition to the workshop on the Uhuru movement on social media, then we'll go ahead and conclude the overall report and presentation. All right, so this workshop, again, is titled The Uhuru Movement on Social Media, and this is presented to you by the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. Over the last few years, we first presented at the party's 7th Congress, these protocols on for social media, and Agitprop has been struggling to win within the Uhuru movement, especially among, the membership of our party, departments and organizations, our social media protocols. And although our social media work, and please take notes for this, especially if you are responsible for this particular area, or if you just have general questions, you never knew any of this, please take notes. So although our social media work has gotten much better and taken on a more professional, organized character, it's still important to acknowledge and push past our shortcomings on this, on this platform. So as we continue to develop this important area of propagating and communicating, Agitprop wants to remind our movement of our social media protocols and the reasons for its existence. Usually a document is given in the registration packets, but we decided this year that seeing some of the contradictions on screen might help to emphasize the need to carry out these protocols. So next slide. So here is what we're going to cover today. So what are the Agitprop protocols for creating new pages and or accounts? And number 2, what's needed to have a successful social media account, including a team of people dedicated to maintaining the desired page or account? More than a dream, you need a team. Number 3, the need for a social media plan of action that will guide our work and provide accountability. Number 4, we're going to show some examples of what happens when we fail to adhere to these protocols. And number 5, on talking about security on social media and how we as African internationalist organizers should function on social media, recognizing these public platforms as information gathering and movement monitoring state tools. Next. So in the Uhuru movement, we are constantly growing in every area of work, and it's natural and necessary for us to be able to communicate this growth and success of our movement. We launch new campaigns to forward the aims and objectives of our party, win new members in new locations, etc. Sometimes our first instinct may be to create a social media page or account to promote these things. But before you click that create account button, do not do it. Next. Ask yourself, do you know the Agitprop protocols? Have I taken the necessary steps to get my desired page or account approved? So here are the steps for you on screen. Send your request for a new page to agitprop@apspuhuru.org. With your request, attach your detailed plan of action that ensures the maintenance of your page/account. Have already identified a coordinator for the desired page and account at minimum. A coordinator at minimum for that page has to have been identified. Next. So from this point, Agitprop will review all materials and look for these things before approving or denying a request. So Agitprop reviews all existing pages to ensure there's no duplication. If denied, an explanation will be sent to the requester. Reasons for denial can include what you see on screen. Duplicate or similar pages already exist. If it's a similar or duplicate page that's active, we should use that current page to build on our existing audience. If the page request is city specific, cities should establish groups under the national organization's page or use the national page to promote local work. Increase your local reach on the national page by inviting local members to like/follow the national page. A campaign or event specific. Campaigns can be made as groups on an existing page, and events should be promoted on the sponsoring organization page. It can also be denied if no POA was given. If there is no plan provided to Agitprop, it will have to be assumed that the page and its team will not be built and will run the risk of the page appearing inactive in short order. So there are some exceptions to campaigns, like electoral campaigns that need a clear distinction from other movement work, but major campaigns should be pushed from the responsible organization pages to increase content and our audience on our national and international pages. Next. If your request is approved, the next step is super important. You do not create the page or account yourself. You do not do it. Agitprop will open the account or create the page and grant access to those who are supposed to have it. This last step, as well as the overall process, some may find it tedious, but it's absolutely necessary, and I'm going to show you why in just a moment. But before we get into those examples, I just want to say that these protocols exist to bring democratic centralism to our social media presence. It is so important for the party to have as much control as possible over the pages and accounts that bear our name, our theory, our leadership, and our mission. We also have to fight that our social media accounts/pages do not fall into the hands of the wrong people, in the process. This process exists to grow and professionalize our presence as well as to protect our party. Next slide. So starting social media pages is the easy part. Maintaining it, however, is harder than it looks. There are content creators, influencers, etc., whose profession, it is their job to be on social media all day. That's what they do. And even those people have team members to increase their pages following, content production. And an Uhuru movement social media page is not a personal account and can't be treated as such. This means that even though posting regularly on your personal profiles may seem easy, our pages have to have teams whose primary work is maintaining our social media presence. Next. So here are some of the roles that you should be looking for to operate a successful social media account/page. Building a team and bringing people into the work is a great opportunity to meet new people and politically develop them. We have the NTU Volunteer Brigade that we must utilize as organizers to recruit skilled volunteers and build our teams. You don't have to have all of these roles filled in order to get your account or page approved, but an overall coordinator and plan to grow your team is required for a page and account to be approved. And you can see some of the roles here. You have the overall coordinator, a graphic designer who creates graphics based on the needs of the team, uses the style guide of that assigned department or organization, a content manager who researches topics relevant to your organization's content calendar and themes, collects data and quotes that the copywriters can use to generate content for the graphic designer. Analytics holds the follower and engagement goals accountable, tracks the growth of the page and the conversion of followers into donors and members to determine how effective our page is, our strengths and areas that need work. So again, you don't need all of these filled to start, but you need to have a plan that suggests the team is underway. Next. Just like every area of work, every event, a POA must accompany. Otherwise, what's the purpose of the page? What are the goals? How do we know when we've reached them? We don't promote our work to just make us feel good about ourselves. Next. You have to have a POA for your social media work to be successful, and that's the bottom line. It allows you to visualize where you're at and where you need to go by when. As the work goes on, the reports and progress should reflect the goals and timelines of the POA. Basic social media goals include what you see on the screen here: to have an appealing feed, analyze potential target audiences, increase the numbers of likes or follows, increase the number of active users. Next. Oh, wait, nope, I'm sorry, stay here. My bad, stay here. Don't go. Okay, all right, so your POA should contain things like the overview, your goals, your needs and problems, a division of labor, a budget, and a timeline. Yes, a budget, you need a budget and a timeline. Now next. So if anybody's asking this question, can't we just post as we go? Not unless you intend to have a stagnant, unorganized page lacking cohesion, eye-catching aesthetic, and audience growth. It is critical to have a content calendar. A social media content calendar is a place to plan all content that may be placed on social media channels. At the very least, content calendars are the place where ideas, topics, and dates are stored. While this is a great first step in organization, an excellent content calendar will go above and beyond to include the following: topics or theme, prioritize lists of what topics should be executed first, an assigned writer, designer, editor, publisher, and scheduler, and lists and links to channels the content will be posted on. Incorporating the above items will help to create a functional content calendar that will help your team stay on track and focus. So just remember, how much information is included in a content calendar is entirely up to you. At the end of the day, the sole purpose in creating one is so those broad ideas and strategies turn into actionable campaigns, so it shouldn't be so overwhelming. Next. So now I want to get into the visual explanation for why we have these protocols. Again, these are being presented so people can see the contradictions with our own eyes, so that we really struggle to avoid them with the full adoption of the Agitprop social media protocols. Warning, this gets pretty ugly. Next. So the image on the left is a page that was created before we established our protocols. So it didn't have this benefit of this workshop. So with that being said, this page hasn't been posted to since 2011. So it says African People's Socialist Party, Office of Recruitment and Membership. Hasn't been posted to since 2011. And it currently is not listed in our department's inventory, which means it's permanently just floating out there on Facebook bearing our name, bearing some kind of association with us. And on the right is an image of the Uhuru Movement Albuquerque, that's the name. And this was created recently and outside of Agitprop's required process. So right out the gate, this page violates the no city specific rule. And we also don't have this account in Agitprop's inventory, which takes it out of the party's possession. So the Uhuru Movement Albuquerque page, again, if it went through the proper process, it would mean that it wouldn't exist if it went through the proper process. Next slide. So on the left example, we see again a city-specific page. And I highlighted this one to also compare the style of this page in comparison to our others. Creating pages with no POA, No adherence to a uniform style, branding can really impact on our professionalism. So this page was also created rather recently while the protocols were in place, which lets Agitprop know that these protocols need to be reemphasized. And the page on the right, I'm raising this page because it's a perfect example of a duplicate page, which is what we want to avoid. This page, APSP USA, African People's Socialist Party USA, is a duplicate page that has not been active since 2011. We have a page by the same exact name, the one we're currently broadcasting from today, which could create great confusion for people looking us up on Facebook. And while both pages were created before these protocols were introduced to our movement, it serves as a great example for why, before we decide to create a page, we need to go through the Agitprop process to ensure there's not a page that already exists. And again, it's one of those pages that are just kind of floating out there right now. Next slide. So this page is being highlighted because it was created recently outside of our social media protocols, and had Agitprop been the department to create the page, we would have created a page whose naming is consistent with our others. So this page is supposed to represent APSP Europe region, but does not adequately reflect that. So that's a simple change. It just needs to be turned to African People's Socialist Party Europe or Europe region, and to go from there. So that's a simple fix, but again, that's why Agitprop creates the page so it can be consistent. Next. And this page is being highlighted because it's a currently active page representing the Uhuru movement, but its format is a personal page. So there's a difference between a like page and a personal page. So a personal page is something that you create for yourself. So I have my own personal page, you have your own personal page. And but for organizations and departments, a personal page should not be created to represent that. It's not professional for forces looking for us, and it also limits who we can reach by reducing us to communicate to simply a friends list rather than a broader audience of people who like and follow our page. So we can't say follow and like the Uhuru France. We can't tell people to do that because it's a personal page, so it only accepts or denies friend requests. And there's a limit to how many friends you can accept. So it limits our view, our reach for that particular page. Next. So no personal pages, want to create like pages. And so here are quickly just some of the Twitter pages that we found that present why these protocols are critical. So some that I wanted to raise, the Burning Spear Twitter page is a duplicate, hasn't been posted to since 2011. Uhuru Legacy Cruise is a page that is an example of something that can be classified as event specific. So the sponsoring organization could promote the Uhuru Legacy Cruise, and it could even be made into a group under the sponsoring organization. Uhuru Furniture Oakland, this is a duplicate page, and UFC Oakland already has an active Twitter account different from this current one. So this account has not been posted to since January 2020, and it probably creates confusion for folks trying to find UFC Oakland on Twitter. So Impedum account, this is also a duplicate, has not been active since 2019. And I raised the AppDep account because this has not been updated since 2019, but it is not a duplicate. And so this page has potential to grow, but it just needs to be attached to, the AppDep social media work that's happening already. So that's a potential page that can actually be built upon. It has, so it's something that already exists. Again, it's not a duplicate page. It's something we can grow if it's attached to the AppDep social media work. And so I think we've seen, enough examples. There are also problematic pages on Instagram, but I think the point is, very clear, some of the different examples of pages that we want to create, why we have the protocols in place. And though we've acknowledged these contradictions, I do want to recognize some of the departments and organizations that are exemplary in their social media efforts, to include the Office of Chairman Mali Shatella. And although we need to build the chairman's public relations team, the chairman has the biggest following throughout the Uhuru movement, and the ability to grow organically without, a real push. The chairman's, presence on social media is just growing that without really any extra initiative. So having a public relations team who would, where a social media coordinator and a team would be designated to really doing that would, clearly shows that we can grow it exponentially. Also the Black Power Blueprint, and I want to recognize the Black Power Blueprint social media team and team member Comrade KC. who worked a lot with Agitprop in developing the Uhuru Movement social media manual. And the Black Power Blueprint really was like a shining example of, some talk in terms of developing the content calendars, building your team through the NTU Volunteer Brigade program, just and content production. I mean, just really shining example. We have Zinzale Consignment and the Office of Development and Empowerment Project, whose social media presence has really took off during the People's War campaign last year and continues to be a real shining example. We have International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Those pages are constantly reflecting just a growth and of content and also growing in followers and likes and things like that. Also, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, especially on Instagram, USM, is flourishing. And also Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles, Oakland and Philadelphia, both have really consistent social media presences. So I just wanted to acknowledge those pages who have, I think really from the People's War campaign, really taken on the charge to really implement the protocols and the manual and really take our social media work to the next level. Next slide. And the last section, to highlight the importance of our protocols, is dealing with security while using social media. So the information you post online is no longer your business. That's like a common concept. Like most people know, when you apply for jobs, you don't even say you got social media pages because you don't want them looking for you on social media because you don't want them to see what you post. But but that just should be an example as like that your information that you're posting online it's not your business. You put it out there for the whole world to see, which means that anybody can access to it by just looking you up. So next slide. Our social media accounts offer us an opportunity not only to wage ideological struggles with those who choose to interact with our pages, but to recruit them as a result of winning those struggles. And as members and volunteers in the Uhuru Movement, some of the same rules apply to us as they do to the content we post on our professional pages that we manage. For cadre members of the Uhuru Movement, our social media pages should reflect the views and discipline that is demanded of an African internationalist. And to ensure that our social media pages align with our party's mission, the Department of Agitprop, as well as the National Office of Security, has developed this memorandum to serve as our guide whenever we use social media. So on screen, you'll see what is inappropriate to post. And again, this usually is given out in a packet in like a printed program for all of our attendees, but we have it on screen. So we have the different things of not to post: sexually explicit posts, posts about weapons, posts stating intent or desire to commit murder, a call to kill, inflict major bodily harm on someone is not permitted, as it can lead to state targeting and even result in a criminal offense. Posts about posts about killing oneself, being suicidal, posts promoting the use of drugs and alcohol, gossiping, internal party and movement posts. Gossip is in direct violation of our rules of party discipline, and criticisms of comrades, of the work, or any party-related information discussed in meetings that has not gained approval for discussion amongst the public is prohibited. Internal struggles should be kept that way unless otherwise advised. This includes volunteers and staff members. People should also be signing non-disclosure agreements where necessary, and posts that slander or undermine the African working class. The party's responsibility is to uplift the African working class. So those are things not to post that are in violation of our social media protocols. And what's important for us to understand is that social media, again, is a tool of the state. So much of what we know and have already predicted about the use of social media was confirmed in a book called Surveillance Valley, to which a reporter, Yasha Levine, and I'm quoting from the book's blurb, traced the history of the internet back to its beginnings as a Vietnam-era tool for spying on guerrilla fighters and anti-war protesters, a military computer networking project that ultimately envisioned the creation of a global system of surveillance and prediction. Levine shows how the same military objectives that drove the development of early internet technology are still at the heart of Silicon Valley today. Spies, counterinsurgency campaigns, hippie entrepreneurs, privacy apps funded by the CIA. From the 1960s to the 2010s, this revelatory and sweeping story will make you reconsider what you know about the most powerful, ubiquitous tool ever created, end quote. So how we move on social media should be in recognition of this information, as well as the historic and present day counterinsurgency tactics that the chairman talks about, that's used by a dying white power to destroy the African Revolution. Next slide. So we close out this presentation by saying, if you see something out of line with these protocols, please report it immediately. Do not turn a blind eye. What you don't say could prevent us from professionalizing our social media presence or compromise the security of our party and movement. So we will be expecting everyone to comply with this protocol. If you observe any violations, again, you are obligated to report it and report it to Agitprop and the National Security Office of the African People's Socialist Party. So you can contact either or, of these email addresses to communicate any issues that you see around social media. So that concludes, again, this overall presentation, the report to the party's plenary from Agitprop, and this workshop on the improvement on social media. And I do want to say that to make sure that these protocols are constantly reinforced and referred to, that we will be resending the leaders of the Uhuru movement to be distributed accordingly to our members, the Uhuru movement social media manual, so that you guys can use this, study it, implement it throughout our work, as well as the social media protocols that we talked about today. So you guys can expect that, and please, especially as new members come in, things like that, study these protocols to make sure that we can continue to develop our social media presence as this becomes a growing tool that as long as we have access to, we will continue to use. So that's all I have for this report, comrades. Thank you so much again. I'm just very honored to be able to, stand here as the director of agitation and propaganda to lead this fierce department that I'm ready to take to the next level to become the Ministry of Communication for the African nation. So, thank you.
Uhuru, Comrade Director Akile, thank you for that report. I guess having seen my political report, you can see why I said when I got a preview of what you were doing that you must have read my political report. So much has been incorporated in that. I just think it's so far-seeing and incredibly significant. And I want to appreciate your ability to have the courage to see yourself as part of government. And I just want to salute you. It's an extraordinary report, and it shows the magnificent development. You laid out what it is that we intend. You showed the contradictions we are confronted with, which is an indication of intent to solve the problem as opposed to covering them over. That's an African internationalist stance. And so I just wanted to salute you and the incredible team that you have working with you. You have access to so much, but you bring so much to it. And that leadership is something that cannot be overlooked. And not only do you bring it, but you bring it with such enthusiasm and such a positive thrust. I appreciate the fact that you have taken advantage and are moving to do even more of that. To the 50 years or more of history that is at your fingertips, or certainly close to it in terms of our archives. This is history that you won't find anyplace else. For the last more than 50 years, the history of the African Revolution is something that we have not only had possession of, but we've been part of it and helping to create and developing. And in the end, this talks to the whole issue of continuity. And your report speaks to the question of continuity too, because as you know, there are other people who who are alive, who were around in the 1960s and what have you, and they pride themselves as being incredibly significant. And sometimes they were members of an organization, but they are not now. And there is no organization now, and there is nothing that they are doing today that represents continuity. And that's what you have possession of that. You have just boxes and boxes and file cabinets and video and cassette tapes and all of those things and putting them into the possession of the people increasingly and finding ways to do that. You have access to incredible veterans like Comrade Sandy, who, as you know, we when we met her, she was doing radio work, and she went to jail while doing radio work, and which deepened her commitment to the movement. And you have Comrade Nyabinga, who truly is just been a real pioneer for this party, and for whom we've named the radio studio here in St. Petersburg, and who for a time, and perhaps it's partially true today, was the one who knew where everything was when you couldn't find anything called bingo, and you've taken advantage of that. It's just remarkable. And then you're pulling all these new forces into place, and you haven't hesitated to do that and to build real teams. It's impressive. I just wanted to say that. And I know that the political report that I laid out, I know it's going to be facilitated, and people need to really recognize that they're looking at the formation. Part of this is the formation of our government, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much, comrade. A splendid report. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, Chairman. And the political report was so helpful. And when we were going through it on day one, just to be able to play out these things, and like you were saying, things that Agitprop has been, contemplating, dealing with, struggling with, because you were having these struggles before that political report was produced. And I mean, it's just a blueprint. And we did take a whole different approach when we were preparing this report and our plans for 2021. We had to create a motto, like to plan or to envision without our limitations. So planning beyond where we are right now, not to see ourselves with the same limited capacity, going forward. We had to plan and vision that we were going to grow as if we were going to grow. So, I think that whole view of, just taking it to the next level was just really important for us. And like I said, we're very excited to carry this out. So, I guess, I don't know if the MCs are coming back to throw out questions. Okay.
Uhuru. Man, that was a powerful presentation. If I could do a James Brown screen, that would be the response to this presentation. It is just so powerful. I mean, the war of ideas, damn right. Because we are in the business of winning the brains of African people back into revolutionary political life, not just any old political life, but revolutionary political life under the leadership of the African working class in the form of the African People's Socialist Party. So, I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, this is truly an example of African working class governing ourselves, controlling the narrative of every aspect of our lives. So, right on, Director Akile. Right on, Department of Agitation and Propaganda. I'm overwhelmed.
Yeah, you know what? The war of ideas. I mean, the party we're building a media apparatus, bigger, stronger, more far-reaching than the colonized media apparatus. And all that's really happened under the powerful leadership of Director Akile. So, really want to salute that presentation. And I see we have more than a few questions here and comments.
I got some questions in here.
Uhuru DC.
Uhuru comrades. Uhuru Director Akile. Yeah, I knew you was going to bring it. This was, it was a concrete report. And you know how sometimes you get reports that have so much fluff in it, are a laundry list of things that are not going to happen. I could really see all of the goals happening, within Renata's report, Lisa's reports, Sandy reports, and just, just the overall comprehensive overview and report that you laid out. It wasn't something that I could not see happening, in 2020 and beyond, because we're talking about going straight up into Occupy Tanzania with all of this. So, yeah, it was very powerful. And the whole question, I was really so glad that you've been promoting the whole question of the NTU volunteer brigade. We've been trying to win it, since the chairman had, put it forth for us to develop this program to the next level. And Chachara Masimba, he really took it on and really, developed all the protocols necessary for us to succeed and beyond. I mean, he really took it on. And then when COVID hit, we were able to utilize that particular process and really bring people into the work, and really took advantage of all the big corporations that came in to say that they wanted to volunteer and help, make some of these things happen. So I'm just really happy that Agitprop has taken this on. And then I had a couple of questions, like the whole question of like really securing any copyright infringements or any, how people take our line. You said it in they take our line and they use it, and not without our permission or without citing also the source that they get it. How can we really start to protect our this legacy and the chairman and his words and things like that? And I was wondering about the Black Power 96. One of the things I remember growing up as a teenager, the radio station used to be live on site at different, new businesses and, different things. And, I was wondering, is there any plans of incorporating anything like that into the process of Black Power 96? I just really want to also salute Renata's presentation. It was really, and I want to see that calendar, and maybe we can incorporate it. And we probably already have it in some capacity, but just seeing it just laid out there was just really, really great. It was just the practical things that really stood out to me in this presentation, and the way that, Sandy and Lisa, as the chairman has stated, is veterans within the department, and has really, came on board to your leadership, and, and just this whole thing is just really, really exciting. And I just really want to commend your leadership and your dedication, to not just this department, but, wanting to see the whole party succeed, because that's what Agitprop really entails, is our whole party. So I just want to congratulate you again, Comrade, and your staff. And Uhuru.
Uhuru, before speaking to that, Comrade Akile, and opening it up more, first of all, I'm really afraid for you, because I can't see you living that long, because you're so damn old now. I just remember you as this child, and then you took this job on, and boom! I mean, it's just extraordinary. I can't salute you enough. But I do think, in terms of some of what you've said, and Comrade Deputy Chair just mentioned, especially around this issue of theft of our resources, and because I don't know if this would be Agitprops on this or not, but Sony stole my speech. I cannot even make my own speech because Sony stole it without my permission and what have you. from the Wolves presentation on Dead Press.
We got to take
it on. It just seems to me we have to take that on. At minimum, they need to pay us, put it back in the Uhuru movement for, because they still collecting royalties and things from that, making resources from that. But I would hope you would, consider that as one of the things that we have to look at as well. Uhuru. So, Uhuru, come back. Yeah.
Uhuru, Chairman. Absolutely. I wanted to speak to that particular issue with the speeches because it is something that we have, as soon as it came up, we were trying to figure out, okay, well, what do we do? And the process is a little more complicated and it's just stuff that we have to investigate. We know we have to get lawyers involved, and there are people who we know, like if we put this call out, for these types of lawyers to assist with this project, that we can, win them to fighting this battle for us or with us. So that's one of the things that we would have to do in that particular area of, like using our speeches and then, claiming it and we're not ever being able to use it or anything like that. Because that's more than one speech, by the way. It's the police state speech as well that you did on that album is also the case for that. So, there's definitely some investigation that we'll have to do, but it is something that Agitprop will, has to take on. So
you must be experiencing some satisfaction from, one of the slanders from somebody, who left the party. You may have kicked them out of Agitprop or something like that. Or but one of the slanders, is somehow that here we are doing a radio station when the people need free food or something to that effect. I don't know if you remember that slander coming from one of those characters, how short-sighted and how it just shows that there are people sometimes even in our ranks who haven't the slightest idea of what the hell, we're involved in.
Right.
Come on.
True. And just to the point, because I know Deputy Chair is not the only one who gets annoyed when we see this. Like when people, are taking our line, like we saw in, and not really taking the line, but being in, being so moved by what, this party, the leadership of the party and what it's doing throughout the whole African world, is forced to deal with in terms of their own apparatus. But I wanted to say that part of what Agitprop is doing or is struggling to do is disseminating and making available the history of our party so that, even if these people are putting it out, that we lay claim to it. This was the ideas of the chairman. This is what the party has been doing for decades. So nobody can say, that they came up with this idea or that they're talking about it and they're just so brilliant that it came from the source, the African People's Socialist Party and the chairman. So, part of, this Living Archives project, getting the Burning Spear archived and made available. If you go through the Burning Spear that people have already started doing, you can see the history of the party and the introduction of concepts, and realities of dual and contending power, of, just all of this different analysis. You can see it, it's there. And the thing that we have to do is make that history available and put it disseminated throughout our party and our movement and throughout the whole African world. Because there's no way to really say that person can't say, write that article and put that headline, but there's a way we can make them eat it, by saying this is where it came from. So that's a part of, what Agitprop is going to be working on doing this year. And to Black Prayer 96, posted up at sites and, being live, that's, that was in the report, but yeah, it's pending, the colonial virus and that situation. But yeah, because initially we had, done things where we were posted up outside of, different community stores and things like that, doing outreach, had our tents up, our outreach tables out and the speakers out, so we will be going back to that when the pandemic, makes it possible to do so. So yeah, getting back out into the streets. I know everybody's ready to do that. DJ Eddie's ready to do that. We're ready to get back into the streets. So, and I also wanted to recognize Comrade Nyabinga as well. I don't think I did that effectively in this report. And Binga, answered the call during the People's War campaign, and even before that, coming to do some political editing work for the Spear, and just came back, and has done the political editing. Like as a one-man force, most of the time, has done the political editing for the Spear throughout the year 2020, and is just taking on, so much a greater responsibility, contributing so much to this department, and me, as being able to lead this department, and is right now helping to engineer this broadcast today. So I just wanted to recognize Comrade Binga. Hurl.
Yeah. I just wanted to interject too. In the case of people that have made patents to the U.S. Patent Office.
Walls, our walls.
Yes.
Who's capital?
Yes, indeed. I want to go ahead and get this first question going. And this is a question from Matsamela. He says, Uhuru. The NDO and DAP, the Department of Agitation and Propaganda reports, seem linked in an important way. NDO is over recruitment, but also crucial development and codification of membership. This also seems a vital aspect of DAP and Burning Spear publications. Can you speak to this?
Uhuru, absolutely. And, I think that part of what's going to be required for Agitprop to do, especially with implementing this regional strategy, is bridging that relationship between the National Directive Organization and this department. Because, I can't see how a codification process will happen, outside of Agitprop's leadership. So definitely have to develop that relationship much closer, and even say how the codification process can happen. And we will be doing a cadre intensive program or school, 2-day school following the plenary, a couple weeks after this plenary. But we will definitely have to establish that relationship. And, Agitprop had, laid out, how we think that could, work, but it has to obviously just actually manifest. So that's something that we're going to be definitely, working on doing. So just looking forward to working with and it might take restructuring the office in a certain kind of way, just to make sure that's possible. But
Uhuru, I want to say that was touched on in the political report as well, that clearly that has happened. But one thing hasn't been touched on is that there's going to be a major reorganization of the departments and the relationship of those departments with the office of the chair. So that's something that we can anticipate occurring too. So it's obvious, as Comrade Masamela has suggested, and I think I referenced in the political report itself, that there has to be a real relationship between Agitprop and the director of an organization, and it has to be also a more prominent leadership of all of that coming from the office of the chair. Uhuru.
Thank you, Chairman. And Huru, salute and recognition of Comrade Matsamela, who's not formally an Agitprop, but that is an Agitprop person if I ever seen one.
We got plans for Comrade Matsamela. He ought to get out of.
I already surrendered. I said, okay, you know what? I'm gonna just let that go. But I'm.
Oh, you're in the right place. You're okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uhuru. We have one more question from Comrade Matsamela. Uhuru, what do you all think about the creation of a record label? Is that something we can see to put out African internationalist music, original works, and mixes or compilations?
Uhuru. So I want to say that there has been in the past Burning Spear Records, and I wasn't around for that, but I actually, those boxes of stuff that Chairman's talking about that I have access to, I stumbled on a brochure talking about Burning Spear Records, and just especially after seeing one, we see Comrade Maestra Alikia Ngoma, we saw Comrade Asa Ampu, and we're going to see more culture today, tomorrow, and this vibrant culture, revolutionary culture, coming to life, and it definitely has to be transformed into, again, we're talking about a government and creating our own, negating that of, the colonial capitalist system and creating our own record label. So, I mean, it's not something that we are going to be addressing in 2021 at the moment, but it is on our, radar, and just recognizing that, I mean, we have these tools now, we have Black Pride 96 radio and all these things that give us access to Africans all around the world with these particular talents. So it's definitely coming. I'm really, working toward it, because that is a part of agitation propaganda, is the revolutionary culture. So absolutely.
And comment, Kenge, wasn't this white guy's name? Wasn't it something like Eminem? Was that a white guy?
Yes.
And other, white guys too. But I think that we have access to forces like Jackson Hollingsworth, who has done this incredible reparations song. We'd take that. I mean, this is a North American, right? This is a white guy, and just done great work, and doesn't try to imitate African people, none of that kind of stuff, doesn't have dreadlocks or not orange.
right.
Not a people of color, but
ambiguous, as they say today.
But I think that's the kind of stuff we want to promote as well.
Yes.
That's also part of the problem of negating, colonial capitalism, to go into their headquarters and what have you, because they, the white people are the reason that you hear, by the way, hip hop has degenerated, not just coming from white people, but Negroes who turn African women into bees and hoes. Majority, what happens is that record labels make music that those white people want to hear, and people who want to enter into the hip hop or any of that stuff, they model what they do based on what is successful, and what is successful is what the white corporations want to have out there. So we're going to make an offensive against that. That's part of what we're doing right now. That's Burning Spear Records, or however we like to characterize it.
And I'm a musician, and I would love to be able to contribute to that effort. We got to take back our culture.
Yes.
The way we can do it is through this, so right on.
Writing it, yeah.
Yes, indeed. So we have a question from Chimarenga, and his question is, should we add to the protocols posting about who you love, are in a relationship with, etc.?
That has been something we've discussed in the past. I think that, a final determination should be made between the Office of the Security, National Security, and the Department of Agitprop. But I mean, just recognizing why the question was asked, I think that it's important to recognize, because these protocols weren't developed to keep you from being able to love on your partner, or, to be able to express yourself, expression, anything like that. But it's in recognition of what these tools are. And Chairman made the statement, several instances where he talks about how the FBI used to have to search for and do stakeouts for information on people, whereas today it's just out there. And when you talk about promoting your significant other, I mean, and, any other person that you really have like a close relationship with, that's enough information to know that to tell the state, this person means a lot to this person. So that therefore, when we want to come after that person, the way to get to you is going, to them. And, we've seen instances in the past where, U.S. counterinsurgency, imperialism will use that tactic to be able to lure Africans into a situation of our own demise. So it's not, again, this protocol that's developed because we hate your public display of affection, but it's developed in mind, the protection of you and those people that you love. So it's definitely something that I think a final determination needs to come from the National Office of Security and Agitprop, but just recognizing that if it's something that is determined and that's how we have to move, that it's coming from a place of, having to shore up, everything and protect our party at all costs. So.
I've just been given word that, we need to move things along, but we do have one other question. And this is from 4 Feet. Are there plans to expand to St. Louis?
Well, I guess, we plan to expand, everywhere we are, everywhere African people are. We're going to be the Ministry of Communication for the African nation. And the regional strategy gives us the ability to expand everywhere. And I want to talk about a specific project in particular that Sandy mentioned in the Black Pride 96 report about, FCC saying that in 2022, there will be, available licenses opening up for nonprofits to get licenses for non-commercial radio stations. And so, and through all the areas of Agitprop, we plan to grow this apparatus,
I'm
5
sorry. Minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. All right. We'll increase the distribution of the Burning Spear newspaper, the distribution of the Burning Spear publications, our books, increase the listeningship and contributions to Black Pride 96 radio, and every area of Agitprop. We really plan on penetrating every place that we are organizing by training members within every region, having representatives in Agitprop on those regions, from those regions, building Agitprop committees in those regions to make sure that it goes all the way down to the local units and LPOs, the mandates and direction coming from Agitprop. So we're going to spread everywhere, St. Louis included. So, we
got one more question from Kundai. Is the cadre intensive after the plenary open to mass forces who we plan to be writers in our info and ed departments?
Yes. Simple answer, yes. Mass forces will, of your department organization, you will have to identify who those forces should be. But it will be made available to select mass forces of a department organization's choice. So, yes.
All right, Uhuru. So I don't see any more questions at the moment. So I wanted to go ahead and bring on Dexter to introduce the next section. Uhuru.
Uhuru Siali. And I just want to appreciate one more time that amazing presentation and just the leadership of Director Akile. And we're going to keep her up here to put on a different hat real quick, because she'll be sharing with us a poem. Uhuru, Director.
Uhuru. So I didn't get to do a costume change. I was going to have a whole nother look for this section, but it's all right. We'll just keep it like it is. Actually, I'll be doing a couple of poems within the allotted time that I have. If can Fofi let me know how much time I have on this section, just to make sure I don't go over?
15, comrade.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to share a couple of poems with you guys because that's what I do. I write poetry and do some other stuff. But I just want to say that in the Department of Agitation and Propaganda being bestowed this responsibility, at first I didn't understand how, why I was chosen, and then I saw the level of responsibility of it, and I said, I've never seen myself doing a lot of this stuff, including like any kind of technical engineering. I've never been really any good at that kind of stuff, and I just didn't understand, and then people throughout the party and the movement kept talking about this thing about culture and, the different talents and skills. And then I just realized like the work that all my hobbies and, things that I love to do really does connect with the whole apparatus, the whole concept of an apparatus of agitation and propaganda. So I'm giving like this long-winded overview because, like taking these talents that these talents that I guess I have, and, applying it to the work of Agitprop, and even in the different areas that I never saw myself, participating in, being able to contribute those skills, the kind of creativity, and, like just the the different ideas, being able to apply that to this work so it's not limited, but can really expand beyond what we, ever really thought for it. So I write music, I sing, and I also write poetry. And last year, while quarantined and sick, I published this poetry book called This Is For You. And we'll be talking about it a little bit later today because we got some vending going on. But I'm going to be reading a couple of pieces from this. And this first piece is called Experienced Traveler. I'm bleeding through wounds I'd forgotten were left unhealed. So pardon me if I'm messing up your fine rugs and polished interior. I've dragged in with me the pain of my past and present packed inside worn luggage. An experienced traveler of long miles, my only companion has been my baggage. Your smile became the front porch lights that beckoned me home. But my welcome has been overstayed, and I'm afraid I've left you with a hell of a mess to clean. So that was Experienced Traveler. This one's called Breakfast. The world is moving too fast for my dragging feet. I wasn't finished with breakfast before the sun was rising on the next day. I had promised myself that I would have it all together yesterday. But life continued on, and as usual, I was the last to know. It was breakfast. This piece is called The Blues. I have patiently waited, yet wanted impatiently to one day see the world painted in other colors. Yet I've grown used to these various shades of blue. Sometimes a rich cobalt or brooding indigo, but blue just the same.
Uhuru, comrade, 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. All right, I'll close out with this piece called Silent Robberies. I am bursting with regret, having always settled for the absolute bare minimum and all the things I poured my soul into. I unearthed my biggest secrets, bared my soul to hungry wolves who danced gracefully about cloaked in luscious wool. My body is adorned with hundreds of scars from the mouths of leeches, while my eyes remain permanently wide with paranoia kicked in my veins. How long have I lived this way? Purely for others who would barely notice or would take everything I had to offer, while I received nothing in return. Seems all of my encounters have been silent robberies, and all that's left is regret that keeps me from being totally empty-handed. So I'll stop it there. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share these poems with you.
Uhuru. Really want to appreciate those pieces. I just want to share a comment we have from Jesse Neville. Director Akile has always been a brilliant poet. I remember when I was new to the movement, I was at a Sunday rally at the Uhuru House, and the then 15-year-old Akile performed her original piece, Red, Black, and Green. It was incredibly powerful and something I will never forget. Uhuru. So from here, we actually want to announce. We want to announce quickly. Oh, yes,
you got it.
Yeah, of course. We couldn't break without mentioning this. So we just want to appreciate Michael for a $240 donation. You want to appreciate you, comrade, which brings us to a current total of $100,565. And we still encourage everybody to contribute, everybody to donate to this revolutionary project. You've seen what we have going on up to this point. We urge you to donate and make this work happen. You can contribute at apspuhuru.org/pledge. Again, that's apspuhuru.org/pledge. And call 727-821-6620. That's 727-821-6620.
Uhuru, will time prohibit us from looking at the comment from Brooke Chudley Diata? Yeah. Did you see that?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. I'll read it. From Brooke Chudley, Diata. Thank you for sharing your poetry, Director Akile. Thank you for sharing the wisdom of your words.
That's the one I was looking for. It's about Uhuru, and thank you all. I love this conversation and just wanted to share. I was a little white 11-year-old girl in the suburbs listening to Dead Prez, researching, learning from M1 and Stick. They were my first Uhuru educators. That's where it all began. And now I am a classroom teacher, a white woman for Black Power. I heard the chairman speaking on Let's Get Free before I even knew who the chairman was. Thank you, Chairman. Revolutionary culture and power of art and music are transformational. I thought sharing this part of my story was worthwhile. Uhuru. Yeah.
Uhuru comrades. I was just wondering about today's schedule because if we're going by what it said, we are way ahead of schedule because the break was supposed to be at 12:50. So I don't know what program you're going from. Am I going from the right one?
Well, that's what I was looking at too. I'm looking at the same one you're looking at.
Did it get updated or something?
Uhuru comrades, we are ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Way ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I was like really confused. Like, what is going on? We got a lot of time left.
It's hard to believe you were confused, comrade.
Yeah, baby.
I see that Jesse Neville, you saw that. Yeah, Comrade Dexter read that comment. Because I remember too when 15-year-old Akile performed this piece, The Red, Black, and Green, at the Uhuru House. I was stunned, back then, even though that was only a couple of years ago. But and Comrade Jackson commented, proud to be a part of building the culture of reparations, including through music. And Comrade Jackson recruited his brother, who I think is some kind of music, ranger or something to that effect, who helped to put his reparations now piece, pull it together, even though I thought it was fantastic before then. So there will be others who want to comment. I just wanted to make those statements. Yeah, Uhuru.
Well, there is a comment from Johan. He said, Uhuru Akile, so powerful, the voice of the African working class.
Comrade Louisa Kinshasa. Congratulations to Director Akile and Department of Agitation and Propaganda. Impressive work. Here is Muambe. And the answer is yes, Muambe. Is there any use for old copies of Black Panther Party newspapers for Agitprop?
Uhuru, I mean, yes, there definitely is use for it. And right now, they have been organized, like chronicled by, in terms of what we had on hand. And we haven't really developed a strategy of how, those can be utilized. But, right now they're being preserved, in our archives. And so I can't really say much about them right now because, again, we haven't really met to discuss how they can be utilized. But, we're definitely holding on to them, not just for the purposes of preservation, but for use, so. Bro.
They're important for history as well. They're important because for a while, the Panther Party newspaper in its earlier stage really was just magnificent propaganda because you could hear the class that they refer to as the lumpen. You could hear and see them talking to each other through that newspaper. And it brought the politic right down to the ground, just like the older issues of the Burning Spear newspaper did the same thing. And so I think there's some benefit. and you mentioned doing things with graphics, etc. And as you know, like the comrade who was just extraordinary in that area was with the Black Panther Party, and is looked upon even now. He's one of those persons that gets invited to anniversary things and people who want to, wax nostalgic about the past. And then, there was Gerald 2X with the original Muhammad Speaks newspaper, who was, did great work. And I'm just mentioning that in terms of the value of some of the stuff, from the old periods, like the Black Panther Party. And I also believe some of the Muhammad Speaks, the original Muhammad Speaks that was there when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was still alive, when Malcolm, of course, after Malcolm had created the newspaper earlier on.
So are we going on break now, or?
Uhuru. So we've had a jam-packed morning. We've had a powerful morning. We've moved forward the African Revolution this morning, and we still have a lot to go. So at this point in time, we're going to break for a brief 30-minute lunch or dinner, quick breakfast, depending on where you are.
We might be able to go longer since we are ahead of time. We're scheduled to
reconvene
right now at what?
1:30 p.m. Eastern time.
So it seems to me like we have at least an hour.
Mm-hmm. Uhuru.
And I know that, we take an hour and...
well, 1:30 is the next thing.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we can take an hour, and that would to bring us back at about 1:10, and we wouldn't. I'm sure the office of the deputy chair that's going to be vending wouldn't be opposed to having more time for vending, or maybe the office would be opposed to that.
We don't have that much, so can we just come back? Everybody come back at 1:30.
Okay.
Give people enough time to do what they need to do.
All right.
Overall, can I make a suggestion that we proceed with going on break and coming back in an hour, and the same time would be allotted to everyone in terms of the vendor and behind enemy lines report, and it might be possible that we can add some time in the regional report section, which might need it. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, that works. All right, comrades. So we're going to break now and come back at what time did we say again? Was that?
We're coming back. We're shooting for 1:10 Eastern time. 1:10 p.m. Eastern time.
All right.
All right, everybody. Get some food. Do some stretching. Share this link. Share the live stream. Share the YouTube. Share everything to anybody who might not be currently watching. And anybody who hasn't joined this work yet, make sure you go on apspuhuru.org. That's apspuhuru.org and get involved with this work today. If you're wondering if this is where you need to be involved with, if this is the organization, this is the organization, I assure you. So get involved with that today.
And I want us to be aware. I'm just looking at from comment Sandra Forrest, who was saying that if anyone has old spears, there are some gaps in the Agitprop Department's archives, particularly in 1972 and 1973. And then other gaps can be seen. And I know there are some people who are involved in this plenary who would likely, probably, have some of that. And Aisha Fields is also concerned that we knew that we get people back on track with the schedule. So let's see what happens with this. Let's go ahead. We can be back at almost 1:15 now. All right.
1:15. All right. We'll be back.
I'm Wabuza. I'm an African artist from DR Congo, and I'm based in Germany. I salute the 2021 plenary of the African People's Socialist Party. I salute the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela for keeping the Black Revolution alive for such a long time. It is really true that we are winning. I invite you all to listen and enjoy this song, written specially for the Uhuru movement. Izwe letu, iAfrika, iAfrika, izwe letu. Losako bandeko, kumbu nanga ezali Wabuza, nazali ya langa nzembo ya Bahindo, na uti na mboka Congo, kasi nazo fanda wa na Almani. Moka koswa na lingomba ya Uhuru, moka koswa na songya nzila Omali Yeshitela, losako na mwango moye ya koto mibale na tuku mibale na moko oyo ezali kosalama pona mbongwama ya Bahindo, solo nde lilongeza ya biso Uhuru.
And capitalism and imperialism was born through the slave trade and colonialism.
Ngizani, impérialisme américain, ba français, ba nous.
L'impérialisme, regardez dans vos assiettes, quand vous mangez les grains de riz, de maïs, de mil importés, c'est ça l'impérialisme, n'allez pas plus loin. Camarades, l'impérialisme, le néocolonialisme.
Moins depuis le 4 janvier, Baïkoubo Mango le 17 janvier.
La patrie ou la mort.
Maboko likolo, Bananius Africa, totelma elongo. Imperialiste futani yango, mabeni subasala biso, babongisa yango. Na mabele ni colonialiste, na mabele petit bourgeoisie. Bokonzi na baimboka, baloni pe basali boya tutunga lingomba. Oye koko kisaba posa ya bana Afrika, topelisa mwinda. Mulili zonga pa imperialiste, ngungia zonga pa imperialiste. Bolingo boanya pe musala ezonga, na mabele ya bankaka. Esito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya civilisation ya. Esito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya explorateur. Esito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya missionnaire. Esito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya charité. Toboyi Africom, FMI Banque Mondiale basolo miyibi. Bilangeza ya biso nyongwa nini miyibi. Misu makasi mayele mabe, boko samba atankale moyindo wa kolonga. Mukilimbanga taba, tika bibanga banga, lusaku ndeko elakanza kumba. Yonani, oya kukata ndelu na lupangu, ozozela penga na bete lango tolo. Nka, alanga ekolo, tinga makino, kipuanza ya solo. Batele mispiso na nzela, bango bapumbwe na sanza. Basali somo ya bakake, kasi bana bilaka balubielo koyite waya. Sito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya secession ya. Sito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya balkanisation ya. Sito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya federalisme ya. Sito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya tribalisme ya. Agression Congo, yo. Libye, Somalie, yo. Soudan, Côte d'Ivoire, yo. Mali, Likolo na yo. Futa nyongo pona bomengo nyoso yiba. Futa nyongo pona batu nyoso yiba. Futa nyongo pona mutoke musala na biso. Futa nyongo pona bilombe nyoso boma. Edanke mafe, Kwame Nkrumah, Lumumba, Unyobe, Sabukwe, Ofana, Amekabral, Mounier, Biko, Sekudure, Bonganda, Machwa, Sankara, Samora Machel, Fela Kuti, Sheikh Anta Diop. Mulele mai, mulele mai, mulele mai. Waya, esito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya demokrasi. Waya, esito ye bayo, atoye na kombo ya Nations Unies. Waya, esi toyeba yo atoye na kombo ya dolarisation ya esi toyeba yo atoye na kombo ya globalisation ya
Nous sommes habillés par nos différences, nos paysans. Il n'y a pas un seul film qui vienne de l'Europe ou de l'Amérique. Le marché africain, c'est le marché des Africains. Produire en Afrique, transformer en Afrique et consommer en Afrique. Produisons ce dont nous avons besoin et consommons ce que nous produisons au lieu d'importer. Vivre et de vivre. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. La patrie ou la mort nous répond. Recuerda el mundo, hoy destruida, pero mañana reconstruida. Nos recuerda también en la historia trágica de ese mártir de la revolución del mundo, que no se puede confiar en el imperialismo, pero ni tantico, nada.
RBG's up, Uhuru comrades. This is Hassan Poo, and yo, we're on fire. We're at the plenary, APSP, for real. I want to salute to Chairman Omali, Yeshitela, Daduzwelake, Sister Onazine, Yeshitela, Deputy Chair, Brother Kinshasa, Luezi, you know, strength. Long live Omawale Kifing, long live Ukaida Kambone as well. That's my mama there. You know, we never met though, but we will. So comrades, I got something, man. My name is General Nobody RBG, and I'm gonna switch it. RBG's up, Uhuru comrades. This is Hassan Poo, and yo, we're on fire. We're at the plenary, APSP, for real. I want to salute to Chairman Omali, Yeshitela, Daduzwelake, Sister Onazine, Yeshitela, Deputy Chair, Brother Kinshasa, Luezi, you know, strength. Long live Omawale Kifing, long live Ukaida Kambone as well. That's my mama there. You know, we never met though, but we will. So comrades, I got something, man. My name is General Nobody RBG, and I'm gonna switch it up for you. Check this out. This is a response to Eminem's Venom though. Okay, y'all ready? This is that real Venom. Come on. Okay, F-Cops let the rebels in the motherlands. Beautiful gentleman, black skin down to a skeleton, is here to get it in. That true venom is melanin, breaking your embattlements just to kidnap your president. After dating him, it's still on, I'm not settling. That paper chase, I'm not getting it. I'll only do so if shredding it. Listen, F the government, their neo-colonial parliament. Who gives a damn if it's black? The fact is my practice is damage it, yo. Black power. Slap cowards. Black power, y'all. So we gonna, you know, let them know, right? Switch it up just like that. And yo, we got our thing going on, but I got this song called Black Power in the Hands of the Masses. And I'm gonna play it right now, man. Get the DJ on. Yo, brother, what's up? Hit that thing, man. All right, we got you. Y'all ready? Get your voices right. Sister Elikia, where you at? We in here, right? Okay. I'm gonna read from a page, man, because I just wrote this thing. Here we go. It'd be such a wonderful day, seeing crackers out the window. The time has come to take hold of everything that they stole. Take it to church, baby. It would be a wonderful day seeing crackers out the window. I need somebody to harmonize there, right? Of everything that they stole. Let's go, let's go. I'm a conscious African, don't move like a cop that shouts to the rappers, man, but the people are the author. I'm Steve Biko's offspring, 5-0 stopped and we ready for war. From SA down to Compton, I ride for the people whose conditions is toxic. Gotta learn from mama owner, politics is economics. Black fist, pick it up when I see my brothers calling black sisters, hit me up. Ask a brother where the war is. You petty boo, evils ain't nothing but new evils. Rich, or were you evils equipped to use the people? I drive by my poor folk. Let's ride fam, build a black power blueprint. That's our plan. We will take back land, distribute to all our kin. Owning the means of production is how we're getting it in. I ride with Garvey, I came looking for you. I got my burning spears with me and I'm here to recruit. Cause we're the vanguard, we must lead. Come on, African people must be free. Come on, vanguard, we must lead. Yeah, African people gotta be free. Yo, vanguard, we must lead. Like African people must be free. Yo, y'all know what the chorus is by now, right? Sister Kalambai, what's up? Okay, where I'm from Everton, West, where we live in squalor, but not willing to accept it. So you hoodoo's what we holler. Yeah, I'm standing on the right side. They say I might die, cause I keep talking on rich blacks and them white guys. Not this evening, I'd rather leave honkies grieving when we strike out for our freedom. Give a damn how they feeling. As a doctor, I'm conceiving a way to stop you from bleeding. Wanna be what we are.